diverse First Nations, and Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must complete a decision request form, and these forms are available in the hearing room today. Please ensure that you include your email address because TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. Once completed, please give the card to a staff member seated to my right. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, also known as LPAT. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, I will vet the agenda to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications have individuals other than the applicant or agent who wish to address the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda and will ask individuals to identify themselves. If there are people in interest, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been dealt with. If your item is held, we strongly encourage the applicant or agent to meet with the interested parties outside the hearing room to discuss and/or resolve concerns or issues. If no person is present in interest, the item will be called in the order listed on the agenda for non-contested applications. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with his or her presentation, if required, and the committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please come forward to the podium and clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. If you have a written submission that you read from, please hand it to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer when you are done. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee of the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain extensive revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. If there are several speakers sharing the same view, please select a spokesperson to present the group's opinion. We want to hear your views. However, covering the same points is not required, nor will it advance your cause. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Panel members and staff, are there any declarations of interest? Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed or withdrawn?
No, Madam Chair, not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any deferrals?
Not in this time slot.
No.
Maybe later on.
Okay. Is there anybody in the 1:30 time slot who wishes to defer their application? Okay, can you come forward? Which one is it? I just want to see which one it is.
It's item number 26 for 78 Gladstone.
Okay, is there anybody present for 78 Gladstone Avenue? Okay, so I'm going to stand it down, and if you can please go outside and just discuss the deferral.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
no problem.
Great. Okay. Okay, so I will now vet the agenda. The first item, item number 21, 108 REXLEIGH Drive. Is there anyone here in interest for REXLEIGH? I know you're the applicant, right? Yeah. Okay, 2234 Abbott Avenue. Anyone in interest for Abbott? Okay, item number 23, 61A Bellevue Avenue. Is there anyone in interest? Yes? Are you opposed to the application? Okay, so can you please step outside the room and have a conversation and see if you can resolve any issues? So we'll hold that down. 23. Item number 24, 27 Kennedy Avenue. Okay, is there anyone in interest here? Okay, can you also, you're opposed, sir? Okay, can you also go with the applicant outside the room and have a conversation? We'll hold that item as well. Item number 25, 764 Pape Avenue. Anyone in interest for Pape? No? Okay, 26 is already held. Item number 27, 21 Beatrice Street. Is there anyone in interest for Beatrice? Okay. 28, 59 Everett Crescent. Anyone in interest? 29, 79 Mathersfield Avenue. Anyone in interest? 30, 350 Davenport Road. Anyone in interest? Okay, that's it for that time slot. So just to recap, we're holding item 23, 61A Bellevue Avenue, 24, 27 Kennedy, and 26, 78 Gladstone Avenue. Okay, so we'll start with 108 REXLEIGH Avenue, or Drive, sorry. Panel members, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Mark Kemmerer, the solicitor, and correspondence expressing interest from. So if we could have your name, and then I'll see if the panel needs a presentation or not.
Good morning, Madam Chair, or good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mark Kemmerer, and I'm here on behalf of the owner, Ms. Evans.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation, or can we go to questions? Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, so we'll take it into committee for a decision then if there's no question. Go ahead.
Sure, I'll move a motion to approve. I think the variances are quite minor, and the physical addition being proposed is relatively modest.
Yes, I would agree. These variances are minor. Do I have a seconder?
Oh, sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 22, 34 Abbott Avenue. Okay, we have before us a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a previous committee decision that affects the property, email correspondence from engineering, as well as enforcement parking, the permit section, correspondence expressing interest from 32 Abbott, and opposition from number 31 Abbott. Hi, can we have your name, please?
My name is Michael Bateman. I'm the agent for this application, the architect.
Panel members, do you need a presentation? Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Oh, just, they missed this,
No, this is the first time we're actually applying for this variance. Which permit do we have?
34 Abbott. 34 Abbott.
says to revise.
Yes.
Okay.
I did have a question.
Go ahead.
On the parking pad and the carport parking area, what material is being used for that?
We can use permeable stone if that's required, but yeah, I don't think it's necessary, to be honest, because it's we are leaving about 56% green space, and I don't think any of the backyards there have 56% green space. It's most of them have around 50, which is normal requirement, but because we have a lane house, there's a kick up to the requirement to 85%, which I think is just very unusual, and I don't think the zoning was. But I mean, if that's a requirement to use permeable stone, we're willing to do that. But.
Any further questions? No?
Is there a reason that the parking pad wasn't included in the original submissions, or is this?
Well, the parking pad would have required a committee of adjustment, and that's why we just wanted to start the process of building, and the committee of adjustment could have waited because the owners wanted to start before the cold season began.
Any further questions? No? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Discussion.
Discussion. I'd be fine approving, but I think subject to permeable paving.
Same.
Yeah, okay. So I put forward a motion to approve the variances as requested with the condition of permeable pavers being used for the rear parking pad.
Do you want to?
Just for the parking pad, right? Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve, including a condition for permeable pavers for the parking pad, moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, item 23 and 24 are held, so we'll go to 25, which is 764 PAPE. Okay. We have before us copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a presentation package from Hussein Chinkamwala.
That's me.
Okay. And we have correspondence in support from the Calvary Church. And
Calvary Church.
Yeah, it's CALVAR.
Yeah, Calvary Church. Their parking wraps around back of our house.
Okay, and a 10-signature petition in support. Okay, if we can have your name, and then I'll see if panel wants a presentation or not.
My name is Hussein Chinkamwala. I'm the owner of the house along with my wife.
Okay, so let's see. Do we need a presentation, or would you like to go to questions? I think we'll just go to questions if there are any. No? Does anybody?
One question, do you have the support of your attached neighbor?
Yes, I have support from our neighbors on the north and neighbors on the south and neighbor directly across our house.
Okay, that's why I kept one that because it's
Yes, and as Madam Chair mentioned, there's a letter from Calvary Church. Their parking wraps around to the back of our house.
Okay, any further questions, panel members?
no, I'm fine with this.
All right, so we'll take it into committee then.
Note, and just some comments I have, is that many houses on the street appear to have a basement walkout in the front yards.
I noticed that as well. I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the application. I think the variances are fairly minor, and the house will be in keeping with the character along the street.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Larson, seconded by Mr. Solomon. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 26 is held, so we'll go to 27, which is 21 Beatrice Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we have correspondence in opposition from number 19 Beatrice. You the applicant? Okay, we're waiting for you. I'm not sure we need a presentation, so yeah, leave it for a minute. If we can just have your name, and then I'll see if the panel needs a presentation.
I was trying to go paperless, by the way.
Very good.
Okay. My name is Sava Milkovic. I'm the agent and designer for the minor variances requested.
Okay. Do we need a presentation or a question? Okay.
Well, I'm curious, how many other homes are there on the street that have an enclosed front porch?
Yeah, I have that exact. There's actually 7 of them, and I have a map of those. And the 7 of them are actually built enclosures, and 6 have informal enclosures of some sort or another. I can actually pull that up on the slides if you like.
Yeah, I'd be curious to
Sure.
see where that is.
Your prop. One second. All right, so I love technology. So these are the properties on Beatrice between College and Dundas, which is where our property is situated, that have enclosed front porches. In green, the lighter green actually are the fully built enclosed front porches. And there are 7 of them. And then the darker green is the informal enclosure. So for instance, here's number 106. Here's number 115. Here's number 126, very similar to what we're proposing with the second level terrace above. Here's number 154. Here's number 156. And then here's a more informal enclosure that you see on the street as well. This is actually our immediate neighbor to the south at number 19. So there's 6 properties of this kind of nature. So there's clear precedence for it. It's kind of a unique street, actually. 97% of the homes on this block actually have covered front porches.
Thing that comes to my mind is at what point then does the front of the house no longer, it's now shifted and it's now become, the front of the house is now the porch, which is several feet in front of where the main wall of the house used to be.
Right. So I think that's where, there's discretion has to be made here at the committee in terms of proposing a 1-story front addition as opposed to a 2-story structure. So because the prevalent massing here is this kind of covered front porch, proposing a 1-story structure blends in quite seamlessly with the existing architecture or typology of this block.
Okay, any other questions?
Sure.
I have one question and an observation.
Sure.
Is there any opportunity to add landscaping into the front yard?
The thing is, it's actually existing hardscaping at 0%, and that's actually not part of the scope of work. So it's a condition that's unchanged, essentially. Okay. The other funny thing about it is the front yard is very minimal. We're talking about like 3 feet in front of the porch. So it's...
The big part of it is not your property anyway.
That's right, exactly. That's exactly right.
Could I make an observation?
Sure.
One of your neighbors, their concern was that their handicap parking sign in front of their house be respected during construction. And I was going to make the suggestion, as a good neighbor approach, that you caution your workers to respect that space.
Absolutely.
In the interest of maintaining good neighbor relationships.
100%. And I was actually going to speak to that in my presentation. This here on the picture is, you can see we've put up signs for, no parking in disabled spots. Right. We've done the best to kind of usher any sort of drop-offs or deliveries out of that parking space immediately. Mm-hmm. We've even put up privacy screening to try to, at the neighbor's request. It's been challenging, but yes, we will continue to be as professional and accommodating as we possibly can. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Any further questions, panel members?
I have no problem with this, and then I think the addition is modest and is in keeping with the existing neighborhood. I think it will pass the 4 tests, and I move for approval.
Yeah. Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chen, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 28, 59 Everett Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report from the Director of Community Planning and 8 form letters in support from residents on Everett and Oak Park. Okay, we need your name, and then we'll see if we need a presentation or not.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Mastandrea. I'm the agent for the owners at 59 Everett.
Okay, do you need a presentation, panel members, or can we go to questions? Okay, questions it is. Does anybody have a question?
Aware of the community planning report and their condition?
I am. The only thing is I was hoping that we could just tie it to our site plan, because if we tie it to the variance, our bay window will not comply. So if we could tie it to our site plan, I think that would address their concerns as well. And as also, I don't want to come back here for that bay window that's a little bit less than the 4.69, as it says in the report.
I don't understand
The report?
No, the report we have.
Porch and the bay window.
Okay. Existing porch, just replace. Which sticks out another approximately a foot, right? So if we tie it just to the porch, I'm worried that the bay window will not be incorporated when we go for permit. So if we tie it to the site plan, because the site plan does say reconstruct existing porch.
Madam Chair, as I suggested earlier, that perhaps the variance just be worded to say that the 2.72 meters front south lot line setback is measured to the front one-story enclosed porch only, and then not mention about the rest of the building, how far it has to be back.
Yeah, but
If there are any changes to it, then they will have to come back to committee.
the problem with that is that the setback says 4.69, but our bay window is
The
at,
committee, the zoning examiners identified how close it will be at the closest point, which is measured to the one-story enclosed porch.
but if you tie it to the report, it does
We're not
not.
tying it to a report. I was suggesting to the committee members that we actually reword your variance number 1 to say that the 2.72 meter setback is to the one-story enclosed porch only.
Yeah, but
Would you have to,
No, it's
But
at
you
the
would also have
closest
to add
point.
something for the bay because it says 4.69 is minimum required.
can
The
you,
entire house, the altered detached dwelling will be located 2.72 meters measured to the one-story. It
Can
applies
you-
to the entire building.
can you,
You've dealt with previous applications before where, you'll have a setback wall where it's close on one point and then it jogs in, and even the jog doesn't comply. We only mention we don't go to every single point on the wall.
Closest.
It's the closest. It's up to you.
If you tie it to the site plan, it's exactly the same thing, except it doesn't affect our bay window. Because our bay window projects to 4.56.
can you add,
If that was a concern, it would have been identified also in the variance, but it wasn't.
Yeah, but now that planning has made this request to only apply to the porch, then the bay window will be an issue when we go for permit.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can I make or ask you, like with your suggestion, is it possible to say,
I'll put the variance back to the way it was, and then you.
okay, I was going to suggest like to the bay window of the one story, or you have to say the one story? Anyway, that was my
One story is closer.
suggestion. Okay, anyway. Anybody, all right.
I just don't want to go back, when we go for a permit, I just don't want the bay window to be an issue. That's all my concern is. And planning doesn't have a concern with the bay window, just that how it's worded, if we tie it to the porch only, then our 4.69 is to the corner of our house and not to our bay window. That's why if we just tie it to the site plan, I think this will rectify all the problems.
All right. We'll see, we'll take it into committee and see what the members think is the appropriate way to deal with it. Okay, there were no other questions? Okay, so let's take it into committee then.
I'm okay with leaving the variance as they are, and then just tie to the site plan as he suggested, because Anita is suggesting something that in the same direction anyway. She's not making it more difficult. As it is, yeah. I move for approval, subject to this site plan in the submission.
So tying it to site.
Site plan, yeah.
The front yard setback.
Yes, that's what he used. Yeah. Yeah.
Planning was only concerned with.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that's in the forestry.
No.
There's no other conditions.
Okay, so you're not including the planning condition, you're just tying to site plans?
Site plan, yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion before us. Do I have a seconder? Okay, so motion to approve, tying it to the site plan. Moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Reed. Yeah, the front yard setback, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay. The application.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, same to you. All right, item number 29, 79 Mathersfield Drive.
It's very stubborn.
We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have staff reports from Ravine, Heritage Preservation Services, TRCA, and 9 form letters in support from residents on Mathersfield, Pricefield, and Chestnut Park Road.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Robert Kostelik, architect and agent for the client homeowners at 79 Mathersfield.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? Okay.
No.
Anybody have any questions? No. Okay, we'll take it into committee then.
But there's a heritage review, right?
There's a heritage condition and TRCA is okay.
Yeah, TRCA is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, discussion, motion?
Sure, move a motion. I think this is almost as simple enough to be technical. So, subject to heritage planning review, which they've requested.
Okay, so a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Reed, including the heritage condition in the February 6th report, and seconded by Mr. Solomon. All in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 30, 350 Davenport Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Martin Sun, the agent, and then second piece of correspondence from Mr. Sun in response to staff reports, email correspondence from the Director, Shelter Planning, Development and Infrastructure, and we have a letter in support from the local councillor. Oh, can I use it? Oh, yeah, and we have this revised, and we have a staff report as well. Have you seen these?
The staff report I was handed literally as I walked in the door.
Us too.
Yeah, us too. I haven't even, mine's actually somewhere here.
In the last 10 minutes, I did have a chance to review it, and I think there may be a misunderstanding with the drawing, so I'm prepared to address the staff comment as part of my part of my submissions. But maybe before I get to that, then there is actually a fair bit of support for this application. I'm not sure how many of these made it into your file. I have a letter here from the Davenport Triangle Residents Association, which is the association called DATRA, indicating support. It's addressed to you. Re 350 Davenport, and then it says file question mark. So I'm not sure it made it into your file. Okay, so I'm just going to bring these up then, because I actually have, there's a letter of support from the local rate. There's a letter of support from the abutting neighbor to the north, abutting neighbor to the south, and then from the local council as well.
The only one we have is the council.
We've got the council.
Okay. My client has consulted extensively with his neighbors and with the community and the counselor, and so those letters are the result of that work then. So
can I just ask you, I mean, one of the concerns in the counselor's letter is, are you working out that, I know it's
With the
not
shelter?
us, the roof
Yeah.
issue? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
So first off, this application, actually a very similar version of this application, was actually approved by the committee back in 2016. And I asked the project architect, Mr. Brisbane, just to do me a side-by-side of the comparison between the 2016 approval and the 2020 request. So on this side, we have the 2016 approval at 7 stories. Right here is the current proposal at 8 stories. What has happened since 2016, when he came in with his approval, are a couple things. First off, there have been, since that time, a number of other developments approved on Davenport in immediate proximity to the site including, I'm just going to quickly put this up in the overhead projector so you can see. 7 feet at 8 stories, 29.6 meters. The project here is a project recently approved following mediation at the tribunal. This is a pre-project. It's approved at 9 stories and 35 meters of height. This one here, again, a recent approval at 9 stories, 36.5 meters in height. And this one down here, it's a much larger site, but it actually incorporates a tower on it at 22 stories and 79 meters in height. All of those have been approved in the immediate vicinity since my last before the committee 4.5 years ago. So the area context has changed, and secondly, city staff have completed a planning study, which is what is referred to in that memo that you got, the Davenport Triangle Study. And that does recommend greater height as well. It actually specifically recommends heights of up to 8 stories, which is exactly what my client is asking for. So the combination of the changed planning context and physical in terms of approved developments context is what has led to this application coming back before you today. The variances that are before you are largely repeats of what was approved last go around. The principal change, of course, is to variance number 1, where the building height is proposed at 29.65, which is lower than all of the other heights on the little diagram I just showed you. But it's an increase from the last approval, which is 24.2 meters. The GFA has gone up, the residential GFA has gone up, but because additional stepping has been incorporated into the building, the total GFA has actually gone down a little bit. So the building is in total size actually smaller than what was approved last go around. The remainder of the variances on the list are variances which are unchanged from what we were dealing with back in the previous Committee of Adjustment approval. So I just want to speak to the planning department. It references these new guidelines, and the specific change that they're asking for in their first condition, they're asking for a 3-meter step back to be provided at the 7th floor at the rear. And the guidelines do require, they're guidelines, so they don't require, but they do encourage the provision of step backs at the rear on the public lane, and the purpose of that is to provide appropriate transition to the residential buildings on the opposite side of the lane, and to protect light on the lane and mitigate massing over the lane. So the first thing I would say is in the unique situation of my client's site, the land opposite is actually not residential. It's being used for, it's approved for an office building, in fact. But in any event, when I take you to the 7th floor plan, we are actually providing the 6 meters, but not by doing a step back at that level. We have step backs at lower levels, and I'm just going to approach. Maybe I can put it up here for you, sorry. That's the back of the building on the public lane. Property line is widening, so that's the new lane widening. And while we were sitting here, I just scaled off 3 meters from there to there. So that's the first step back that the guidelines call for. And then the second 3 meters is the second step back the guidelines require. And at the 7th floor, you can see the back wall is actually 6 meters more back from the lane. So the goal of having that portion of the building pulled far enough back so as to not impact residential properties on the other side or diminish appropriate light in the lane has been achieved with this building. And the only other thing I wanted to share, again, specifically addressing this request from planning staff, that's the front of the building, this is the back of the building. What is outlined in red, the Peter Freed building that I just showed you, I'm in red. What is outlined in gray is the Peter Freed building, which has been recently approved relative to lanes. See stepping shown in that particular building and the taller height. proposal that you're looking at today has a greater step back from the lane. This was found to be acceptable and supported through mediation, supported by the city and approved by the tribunal at the end of the day. And my client is setting back more and has a lower building overall.
We're at 7 minutes. I gave you more
Sorry.
time because of the report.
Yeah, so I'm asking you not to adopt that condition of approval. And the second condition, I frankly don't understand how you could adopt it. I don't even know what it means, and I don't know how the buildings department would clear it. We have site plan approval. We are going through site plan approval right now. My client has indicated that he's not opposed to treating the ground floor in a way that may satisfy staff through site plan, but I'd urge you not to impose that condition. I don't know how the buildings department could clear it. Thank you very much.
All right. Any questions?
A couple of questions. The other sites that you mentioned along the street, have they gone through committee or through rezoning?
Those were rezonings.
And so, at what's expected for the other sites along the street? Are they going to be going through rezoning? I mean, what's city planning?
I don't know whether there are any other plans for other properties along the street.
I mean, I understand that you've already received previous committee approval and...
We're talking about one story here. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not aware of any other rezoning applications or minor variance applications in this block along Davenport, but there are a number of other sites that wouldn't surprise me for an owner to come forward.
Any other questions?
Can you just speak to the discussions you've had with the city shelter and how?
Yes, sorry, I should have done that as well. So the shelter is located immediately south of my client's property. So on that little sketch we were looking at, it's between my client's property and the Peter Freed property. My approval today is already for a 7-story building, which will be taller than the existing shelter building next door. My approval was in place before the shelter purchased the property. I understand the building is an older building, and it's had some water damage issues in the past. It has some leaking and some flooding issues. And I think they're experiencing that now, nothing to do with my client's application. But they have taken the opportunity to approach both the landowner on the other side and my client and asked to cooperate with them to make sure we're not going to be creating any incremental snow loading issues. They have prepared an engineering report. We've agreed to meet with them, but we've asked to see the engineering report first. We haven't got it, but we understand we're going to have to sort that out with them. And it's a building code. It's a building code issue that's going to be dealt with at the building permit stage at the end of the day.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? All right. We'll take it into committee, yeah?
I agree with the applicants that the planning department's recommendation, especially number 2, is if they're going through a site plan approval, that's where they will evaluate the style, and it's outside our mandate to actually even put it as a condition. And also the number 1, it seems that they already doing that. It's a 3-meter setback. I do not think we necessarily put it as a condition. Yeah.
I'd just like to add a comment. I agree with those comments, and I would also like to say that if this was a brand-new application, I would have concerns with the significant increase in height, doubling or more, as also with the density. But given that it's already received committee approval in the past, I see it as minor. But
Hey.
Yes. I think we need to understand whether or not we're going to be doing a recommendation for financial compensation to the shelter.
I think as it is, during permit process, they cannot damage the neighborhood's structure anyway. They will have to prove that they will not add a negative impact on those roofs in order to get the permit.
I think they already have.
I don't see that as in our jurisdiction. I think that's a property owner.
Yeah.
Negotiation.
And my understanding, when asked the applicant earlier, is that they are negotiating a resolution for the roof issue with the city.
So if we are all happy, I'd like to move for approval with no conditions.
Second that.
All right. I have a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chen, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Application is approved. Okay, so we're going to go back to number 23, which is 61A Bellevue. And is the opposition here for Bellevue? Yes. Okay, can you come and sit in the front row on the side there? And while you're all making your way up here, I'll just go through what we have. We have a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have covering letters from Dan Breicher, the agent. We have photographs and a copy of the survey. We have email correspondence from traffic planning. We have email correspondence from permits and enforcement parking. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. We have a lot of support from residents on Bellevue and Augusta, as well as Nassau, and also from Friends of Kensington Market. We have correspondence in opposition from 65 Bellevue and 63. And yeah, that's it. Where's the applicant? Okay. All right, did you have a chance to have a chat with your opposition?
Yeah, we did. My name's Dan Bricker. I'm the applicant. And
Okay,
this is Rochelle Rubenstein. She's the owner.
Okay. So because we have opposition, can you give us a brief presentation?
Sure. Yeah, we did have a chance to speak. I mean, it was a cordial discussion, but, obviously.
Okay, you
We're back
didn't
here.
resolve anything, I guess.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right, great.
So there's 4 variances. So the first being required number of parking spaces. So we are not offering any parking spaces. We feel that's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and that it's a narrow footprint to begin with. So we didn't feel that the users of this building would require it, et cetera. The second variance is the rear yard setback, which is at the east. So it's a little bit like there's the Nassau side and the Bellevue side. So I have do I just go here to show a diagram?
Well, if you have it, sure, it's probably easier for us to see and visualize.
So what this shows is actually not what we're proposing, but the zoning bylaws indicate.
Right.
So point 2 there, like in the second bubble there, that speaks to the 7.5 rear yard setback. So there's an existing building there currently, parapet that outline there. That's what you will have seen on the survey. So this is just a diagram of actually zoning suggests. And what we're asking to do is add a second story on top of that existing single story. So we're maintaining the existing single story, and we want to work to the zero lot line. But we're well within the height and the density that is allowed for zoning. It's a bit of a tricky one because it's a corner lot. The zoning bylaws are a little bit not jiving with each other. So the height that's allowed is 12 meters. I believe we're asking 8.1. The density is 2 times. We're well below that. So that's the second variance. The third variance is a side yard setback at the north, and that's with respect to windows on the main wall. So this diagram shows the essential sort of single-story building that is existing, and what would result of the second story or any story above that based on this side yard setback. It's 5.5, so it would obviously be virtually unusable. We understand that this setback in relation to the window is really about privacy, or that's how we take it. So the windows, I should be clear that the only windows that we are proposing on that north side are clear story windows. So we've bubbled it there right here. A minimum sill height of 3.6 meters, well outside of the view of anybody occupying the building. And it's really just about some passive ventilation, getting a little light from inside. Also set that back 2.2 meters, and there's a flat roof above what the corridor would be of our building, so that this little portion right here, that's a corridor. That's not like an office or really a consistently used space. So we felt that was a reasonable way to sort of maintain privacy. That addresses, that's our take on that variance. And then the fourth one is also a side yard setback issue, and that's with or without windows, there's a 3 meter setback, and that would render any building on the property, first story or second story, 3.3 meters wide. So I'll show you what that looks like. So it's not the wafer at the 5.5 meter setback, but it's still a 3.3 meter wide building at the end of the day, which is virtually unusable. So those are the four variances. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Do you have any questions before we hear from the opposition? Okay, so we'll have you stand down. I'll have you back.
Sure.
Okay, sir, you're up. So before you start, we need your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Naranjo. I'm at 63 Bellevue Avenue.
Okay.
Homeowner of 63 and 65.
Yep.
This proposed project is asking for 4 minor variances. None of the minor variances meet the requirement of the bylaws. If this project, the minimum required setback for the side yard is 5.5. This project does not meet that. We have several windows, like 9 different windows. The distance from the basement window is 2.96. The kitchen window, 2.75. The living room window, 3.2, and on the main floor, the sliding patio door, it's 2.3. The distance from the main floor is 1.3. The distance from the main floor living room window is 1.69. And on the second floor, the distance from the patio door is 1.8. 1.4 from the kitchen window, and 1.3 from the rear window, and 0.8 from my son's bedroom window. Basically, what's going to be happening is they're going to be building walls in front of all my windows and stopping us from getting sunlight. We still will get a little bit, but we're going to be getting walls basically built in front. So to speak to that, a minor variance, they do not meet any of the requirements. For the second one, the minimum setback where the main wall of the building does not have windows or opening is 3.0. They want to build right on the property line, and that's 0 meters. So again, they do not meet the requirements of the bylaw. The next one would be the rear. So the minimum requirement for rear setback is 7.5. That's like 26 feet. They're calling it a minor variance. It's 0. They're building right on the property line, so I don't feel that this is a minor variance. It's quite large. The parking space, again, 0. They're not providing any parking spaces. If this project is approved, it will set a dangerous precedent within Kensington Market. I was born and raised in Kensington Market. I love the character. There's so many beautiful, it's one-story buildings, and what'll happen is, if this gets approved, it'll set a precedent for all the other one-story buildings in the market, which would change the market completely. There are several buildings such as Oz Burgers, which is just down the street, four stores down, Ronnie's Local, the Army Surplus, Flamingo Vintage, Paul's Boutique, Daniel's Safety Wear, Saz Market, the Powwow Cafe, House of Spice, Lao Chinese Association of Ontario, Via Mercanti, Amadeus, Latin Tasty, Euro Linens, the Fruit Market, the Portuguese radio station, there's so many. This will, I think if this project is approved, everybody else can apply for approval to build up, and it will drastically change the landscape of Kensington Market. I feel that it's a historical site. It hasn't got the historical designation just as of yet, but I would like to keep it that way. And I'm hoping that this this project does not get approved. And I'm here to object to any type of, I'm okay with, if they need a new roof, they got to fix it. But building up, I believe that it does not change. It will change the character of the landscape in Kensington Market, and that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Panel members, question? Sir, don't go.
So you're at number 63.
Yes, right next door.
So your building, what is the side yard setback to the property in question that we're dealing with?
0, it's right on the property line. I brought pictures. I can't put them up on the thing. They say pictures are worth 1,000 words. I have like a bunch of pictures of the property.
Are they on your phone?
No, I actually brought them.
Well, you can put them on the overhead if you want.
I don't know if I can.
Yeah, it should show up, I think. Yeah, it'll show up.
Okay.
Just show us the important ones.
Okay. No, pictures are fine.
It's already a two-story with the two house.
Do you want to?
No, he's
Two-story.
It's
a two-story dwelling.
Yeah. I walk by every day.
I'm just going to pull it out because you're getting a glare. That's the distance in between the proposed construction between my house and the other house. And there's a tree that's actually going over and above their building.
So your
I'm just showing
building is right at the property line and it's 2 stories. How does a proposal on the adjacent site to do the exact same thing going up 2 stories, how does that affect your property?
How does that affect me? By blocking all the windows and the light from our basically 9 different windows, and building construction or doing construction. There's like 6 bedrooms right up against the wall, so they'll literally be doing construction right above our heads. There's an actual patio, a meter, less than a meter away. 1 second.
You have no windows on the south wall, right?
Pardon me?
Yes,
there
any
is a
windows.
window on the south
Just
wall.
in this,
It's
where
my-
the recess part, you have some windows, only at
Yes.
the recess part, right?
There actually is one window, my son's bedroom window on the south wall.
But it's zero lot, a zero setback, you can't have windows.
And this is actually, that's my kitchen window, and they're going to be building like literally like a foot away from it. Also my bedroom window. Daughter's bedroom window. This is my son's bedroom window. They'll be building right in front of all
Okay,
of them.
these don't really give us the context from the outside.
Oh, right.
Right. So
I don't have a side profile, but
Okay.
I think it's
I think we understand what you're trying to say.
fair enough. But I think the biggest thing is for me with this project is that aside from the inconvenience that it will cause to my tenants, which they have all said that we've been in the market for owning for 12 years. We're providing affordable housing for young professionals. We've had doctors, midwives, students, and I think this construction, well, all my tenants basically said, if this goes through, we're going to move out, and that would force me to, I don't know, pay the mortgage through an Airbnb, which I definitely don't want to do.
Although I'm very sympathetic, unfortunately, the committee only deals with the.
That's fine. That's fine. But like I was saying earlier, I think that if this is approved, then it will drastically change. It could drastically change the landscape in Kensington.
Okay.
I think that's my biggest point, other than the inconvenience that will cause myself and my tenants.
Okay, understood. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if the applicant can come back and only speak to the planning issues that were raised by the opponent now, like this is not a presentation, it's only to rebut what was said.
Sure, I'll keep it quick.
Okay, thanks.
What was maybe needed there is just some context. There's the photo. So I think to the point about single-story buildings in the market, which, you know, we do appreciate. Our property is this guy here on a corner lot. And so I think the neighbors' properties are these two. You own both of them, as I understand. And we are asking to essentially be like our neighbors. Our neighbor to the east over here, which is a commercial building, the building to the north, those are actually taller than what we're suggesting. And we're staying well below what the zoning even asks. So, we feel that it's some light infill to, obviously attract some or create opportunities for people to work in the market, that sort of thing. So that would be my response to the single story argument. As far as the windows, I mean, you can see a little bit here. Maybe I don't know about the 9 windows. I don't have, I didn't go and count and measure where all the windows are. I do appreciate the concern there from the neighbor. We're not going all the way up, and we also have a bit of a setback because of the way the section works, and I'll show it again. But it's tight for light there to begin with. From my understanding of that building, a lot of the windows you showed in the photos aren't necessarily those ones. Although I am completely sympathetic to that concern. We are not going, nearly as high as the adjacent building. So I can show that again in this section. So the existing building, this black line, is actually like, roughly where part of the existing wall goes that's back there. And actually in one portion of the length there, it's even taller. So the back wall as built is actually quite high. It's 4 to 5 meters. And so, the peak of what we're suggesting is actually set back quite a bit from our neighbor's building. And I mean, we appreciate that it'll have some impact on the light that's coming in, but there's already a pretty hefty impact. There's every other building except for ours in the vicinity is considerably taller. I think one other thing I could show that could help that understanding is this. So the brick building is my client's building, so you can see it rises quite tall over here, and it goes down a little bit further down there. And you can see that right behind this tree there is the sort of right-of-way portion, which is actually on my client's side of the property, right? So the property line is actually straddling the neighbor. So it's already fairly tight, and we did our best to try and set back the peak so that more light can get in.
Any other questions? No? Okay, we'll take it into committee discussion.
I know the site very well because I walk by it almost every day. It is actually, the current building is out of character because everything is around is at least 2-story high, I think. And we recognize it as a very tight urban lot. And they are actually just building up another story, and I have no problem with their proposal.
I agree. I think it's reasonable. I have sympathy for the adjacent owner, but it's only 1 story extra. And I know that's going to take away your light, but I think it's unfair to say to this owner, you can't put it. Because I think the impacts, apart from the light, are very minor.
I would agree. I think it's in keeping with the area, and it's very unfortunate, but
a lot of the variances, setbacks, and those are already existing conditions.
so I think they're just using the existing footprint, so which already has reduced setbacks.
So if there's no other questions, I'd like to move for approval with the urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay, motion to approve the application, including the forestry condition, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Reid. All in favor? The application's approved. And sir, you need to fill out the decision request card and give it to staff before you leave, okay? Thank you. Okay, the next item is item number 24, which is 27 Kennedy Avenue. Is the opposition still here? Yes, can you grab a seat on the side, please? Panel members, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a list of comparable variances that have been approved in the area, a photograph of the property with a rendering of the proposed addition. We have correspondence in support from 33 The Palisades as well as number 18, 2 form letters in support from 33 and number 40 Kennedy. We have opposition letters from 22 Kennedy, as well as the Swansea area ratepayers, and 29 Kennedy Avenue.
Hi. Hi. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Anna Romanov from Romanov Architects, and we are requesting 4 variances to the zoning bylaw. I feel that all 4 are minor and more of a technical nature. Design of the house, which is addition and renovation, maintained the character of the neighborhood in both math and presentation, what was very important for neighbors and community. Variance number 1. Secondary suite is permitted as long as a roof of the faces the street is not altered. And my understanding is that purpose of this bylaw is to ensure that the house doesn't appear from the exterior as a rental property, and it's visible that it's divided into 2 suites. And it's why we were trying to design it that way that it still is read as a house, single-family house. And the house is only for my client. He has 2 adult kids, and it's why he wanted to create a separate unit on the ground floor for those 2, 20 and 21. This house is a house which client parents owned. My client grew in this house, was growing for, lived for all his life as a teenager and a kid. And as far as I know, and I think I can assure you that he's not going to run like Airbnb, what was stated in one of those letters, complaint letters. Alterations to the front of the house, I think it's minor. I attach it as well, if I can pass it to you, because it's variance number 2 is related to variance number 1, because bylaw allows 2 one unit, secondary unit, to be less than 45 and the main unit to be 55 then, and our proportion is 45-52, so it's a slight change but not big. Variance number 3, it's regarding floor space index. Permitted is 0.6. We are asking for 0.77. If we do this addition renovation in 2 stages, I understand that we would be able to do only addition in the back, 2-story addition in the rear of the house, and go to 69, and then ask for a addition at the attic, and asking for permission only from 69 to 77, which would be only a difference of 8%. I prepared the list with what attached as well as a supporting materials that just in the radius of 500 meters, I found 25 examples of a granted floor space index from 0.9 to 1.45. And there is many, which is up close to 77, another 50 probably. And the variance number 4 is height of exterior side wall. Existing side wall is already 885. It's permitted 0.75, I know, like everywhere in this area. And we are asking for extension of from 885 to 965, what is about 80 centimeters, what is just 2.5 foot extra. So, and as well, there is a list of height of the side wall extended to even more than 10 meters in the area. I think I attached about 15 addresses of that. In those complaint letters, I found that it stated that its house is absolutely not in a scale and it's huge, etc. So I wanted to point that we are not asking for extra lengths, we are not asking for extra depths, we are not asking for extra height, and it's only really those mainly 2 variances which are more.
Okay, you're approaching 5 minutes, so
yeah, I finished.
All right, you can
No,
wrap up. I was just giving you a heads up.
I think that's it. I hope that you find it as a minor variance, not.
Okay, panel members, do you want to hold the questions till after we hear from the opposition? Sure. Okay, so we'll have you back to speak to the opposition's
I
concerns.
have as well examples of even 4-story houses and 3, which is not a variance, but I know because of complaints.
But when you come back, it's to rebut to the concerns raised. Okay, how many of you are speaking? 2 of you? Okay. Who, are you going first? Okay. So we need your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Sure. My name is Ben Schwartz. This is my wife, Millicent Tran-Schwartz. We live and own the property on 29 Kevanee Avenue. We live there with our 2 children. The applicant made the point, ladies and gentlemen, that he's lived there his entire life. He indeed did with his 2 parents and a sibling. So those houses were, at some point, completely sufficient for a family of 4, as is ours. It's a quiet neighborhood for families. I have 3 concerns as outlined in the letter. I figured I'd come in person and convey them to you in my own words. The first has to do with privacy. We feel that both in terms of the height and in terms of the extension in the back, they've tried to push to the maximum possible, including the variances, and that will have a large impact on my wife and I in terms of privacy. Those are our back windows that you see. You see how close the houses are together. We had to build that fence at our own expense. There was no agreement to remove the chain link that was the boundary of the property. Back then, that's a little bit of our sunroom that you see. So both the height and the extension is very likely to block off the last bit of sunlight that we have left. As I made the point in my letter, there are 2 large trees that was planted by the applicant's parents some time ago, and they've caused virtually an inability to garden in our backyard. Those are my wife's pots that she still moves around to try to capture some sunlight if we want some flowers. So sorry, I've mixed things, I realize. But so there's a combination of the light and the privacy. So a 3rd floor there in particular would offer a full view of our backyard, a full view of our windows. It would create the inability to have a private conversation between me and my wife or me and my kids in the backyard. And certainly the extension of the back is likely to block the light in the way that I've explained. And finally, they are asking for a separate suite. I understand the applicant would like his kids to live with him. That would be wonderful if that was the case, but I have no way of being sure that's the case. He could build what would be the largest house probably on our street and turn around and sell it for, I don't know, I don't want to put numbers, but a lot more money than the houses are worth today. And then it potentially becomes a rental property next door. We have had some bad experience with the rental of this house next door. So I think with that, that's pretty much my point in my own words.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you're speaking, sir?
Members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, I need your name though and
Yeah,
address.
that's what I'm getting to.
Okay, great.
My name is John Vanstone, and I live at 31 Kennedy Avenue. I've been there for approximately 30 years or so. And I'm also the owner of the property. Just for the record, there was something that irritating me on the purpose of the application. Under the purpose of the application, to alter the existing three-story detached dwelling, it's a two-story detached dwelling. By constructing a rear three-story addition, it's a full three-story addition. You can see this on the plans. And also with two third-story decks, not just one deck. The other issue, just for the record, is the proposed site plan. There's an existing garage here on the site plan indicated, but this is not the garage that is there today. It's been removed last fall, and a new garage was built similar to the one next to it on the property south of 27. The new garage, I have no idea what the setbacks are to the house and the rear setbacks of the garage. The side setbacks, I'm sure, are not the same. And the other issue is the required rear setback. Because I don't have the dimensions of the garage and the square footage, I'm not even sure whether this passes the green space issue and whether or not there might be another variance required. I find this very misleading, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
The next concern that I have is the size and affordability of the secondary suite. I believe the City of Toronto's intent in regard to the secondary suite issue was to create affordability housing, not luxury housing. The size of this secondary suite is quite remarkable. For example, this suite alone occupies the entire second and third floor of the site plan. The square footage of the secondary suite is pretty well equivalent to the square footage of the first and second floor of the original house. Some of the aspects of the secondary suite include 3 bedrooms, including a large master bedroom with a 3-piece ensuite washroom, a total of 3 washrooms altogether, a walk-in closet, an ensuite washer and dryer, a large kitchen, full dining room and living room, and to top it off, there's 2 balconies or terraces on the 3rd floor, one at the front and one at the back. This does not strike me as an affordable secondary suite, at least not for the average person. And perhaps this is why the 4 required variances or requested variances all have some connection with the secondary suite. For example, just by removing the 3rd floor addition and downsizing the suite to just the 2nd floor, all 4 variances are no longer required. And there's no longer any reason to appear before the Committee of Adjustment. I looked at the 2nd floor plan, and I believe everything on the 3rd floor could easily be accommodated on the 2nd floor with a few minor changes. That leaves you with a nice, self-contained 2-bedroom apartment, which would be much more affordable for a young family or 2 or 3 working people or students. And I believe that this is why the 4 variances are there, to prevent someone from taking advantage of the secondary suite issue. If you look at them, none of them would be required if that 3rd floor would be removed. So if the applicant's intent is really to construct just a secondary suite, then build an affordable secondary suite more in line with the bylaws' original intentions, because this opportunity actually is there.
Mr. Vanstone, I need you to wrap up. You have
Okay.
5 minutes.
All right. In conclusion, I believe these plans and variances requested are not minor. The proposal is not desirable for the use of the land or the building, and the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and bylaws are not being maintained. To me, this is not an application for an affordable secondary suite. It's an application to create a duplex out of a single-family dwelling with 2 large luxury suites. And for that reason, I respectfully ask the committee to deny this application. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Sure. The applicant. Yeah, can you come back up and could you give us clarification with respect to the issue on the purpose that was mentioned earlier?
About the garage as well, I wanted to...
No, just...
The purpose, yes.
No, the purpose. Is this an existing 2-story dwelling?
Yes, this was a mistake. It's 2-story with an attic, which, yes, you can stand there, but it wasn't really finished.
Okay,
for
and then you're actually constructing a rear 3rd story, but you're also doing it across the full house, as the gentleman said.
I am,
Yeah?
yes, it's going to be partially 3-story in the middle of the house, but we try to be between houses, not stepping out with a 3-story where we are just...
We're just trying to fix the purpose, because it's clearly not correct.
When it comes to the garage, what was mentioned, we applied for a permit for the garage about 2 months ago. It's already built. We've just had final inspection last week.
So was it built as of right? Like you had no variances?
No, absolutely. It's less than 10%. It's right setbacks. It's even about, much less than 10%.
Okay,
So
basically in
Yes.
the issue raised,
Yes,
you did not require to come to
exactly.
variances
Yeah.
because it was built as...
Yeah, exactly.
One
Yes.
question. Yeah. One question. The secondary suite is bigger than the first one, right? The primary suite now?
Yes, because the one which is, it's how bylaw sort of
No, it is
name which one is secondary, which one is main.
So which one is the main now?
When we were designing that, we thought that main is the one which has an entrance from the front. It's why it's bigger, but it's 2nd and 3rd floor, and it's why it's not the first one. It's why it's secondary, and it's slightly bigger than 45%, but it's not big.
52.15.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to add as well that in High Park area and exactly in Swansea area, there are houses which are even 4 stories, and they are much longer, much bigger, and I think our gross floor area is 237 square meters, which I think it's absolutely in line with what's happening in the area. It's even lower. I really study all numbers, and it's not over what's...
The adjacent houses to your proposal, are you going to be kind of in line with them, or are they going to be, are they going to be longer than yours? Or
It's as on that board, I'm going to be about 1 meter 70 centimeters longer.
It would be helpful in the future to show that adjacent homes on the site plan so that we...
I think it is on a site plan. It is on a site plan.
Yeah, they stick out
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, it is on a site plan.
Yeah. They're not...
Yes. And the adjacent neighbor already has a roof deck as well,
Is there?
as on my board,
It's just a little bit.
even bigger.
Yeah, bigger next time would be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've got a question on the stairs at the rear. And what the purpose for it to go all the way up to the top from the ground floor?
To create, you mean to create third floor?
Well, it's going up from the ground all the way second and third floor. Is that the access? That's circular stairways at the
It's only, yes, it's only one stairs which goes to the second and third floor from the main entrance in the front of the house. It's for my client.
I thought it was at the rear of the house.
He's talking about the rear circular stairs in the back. The
Oh,
exterior.
this is metal staircase just to go down as a feature.
All the floors.
Yeah.
You can go up there too.
So is that needed? Like what's
No, it just, we found it, it would be useful. And because it wasn't on the Committee of Adjustment as a variance, so we thought that if we can, it would be great, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Sorry. Sorry? No, the process is that the applicant presents, then the opposition has their 5 minutes each, and then the applicant can just speak to the concerns raised, and that's the process. Okay, any other questions, panel members? No. All right. We'll take it into committee then.
Thank
Discussion.
Comment, but I want to listen to yours.
Apparently, we're put on the spot to go first.
Yeah, I actually thought this was a pretty sensitive proposal. The rear extension is in keeping with what's immediately beside and also throughout the neighborhood. It's not even like, some of the more aggressive ones we saw this morning. So I actually don't have a significant problem with the built form. And then with the splitting of the units, I don't have a problem with having large and small or whichever style secondary suites as long as they work. So
I have a slightly different views because I know the intent of the bylaw is what is listed as secondary suite is to avoid this kind of situation that you divide it and create a duplex, actually. They also, in terms of the overall build form, you may argue that it fit into the neighborhood, but it's the impact to the next door neighbors. The most troubling to me is number 4 is the height of it. And also with the stair, although it does not require variance, it's all that add the cumulative effect of overlook and also the height of the stair that actually create a larger impact. It's the impact I'm worried about. It's not about the build form.
The metal stairs?
Yeah, the metal stair and also the height of the addition, the 3-story addition. So I think that it create a sort of, to me, it's a little bit too big an impact on the immediate neighbor, the adjacent neighbors.
the house to the south is 3-story. If that makes.
Oh, yeah, I realize that, but I just said that the then there's it's actually creating a duplexes to me is not a secondary suite, but if the height is actually lower, I will support that.
I understand your concern in terms of at what point does a secondary suite become another second unit in the house as opposed to a secondary unit. But on the other hand, where do you draw the line in terms of the percent? And here the bylaw allows 45%. This here is at 52%, and so we're looking at a difference of 7%. And so where do you draw that line?
But I'm just saying that you have a cumulative effect. You create a bigger impact with the height and with the stair, with the extension and increase of the GFA. That everything is just create a bigger impact.
I thought the built form seemed to fit in terms of the front and the rear. I thought when you look at what's adjacent. and there aren't side yard setback variances that are requested, so they're complying with that, and there isn't a building depth variance either.
Okay.
I would agree. I would add that I am sympathetic to the issues raised by the opposition, and there seems to be people on both sides of the coin in the neighborhood. But in terms of the context, I think it fits. Certainly the front facade, I think they went to great lengths to make it fit in with the character of the street. So I would be inclined to patient as well.
Okay, so.
And I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application, moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? The application's approved. Your dissent?
Yes.
Okay, and for the opposition, if you haven't filled in the decision request cards, please do so and give it to staff before you leave. You'll be notified of the decision and appeal instructions should you choose to appeal. Final item in this time slot is 78 Gladstone Avenue. Panel members, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from David Riley, the agent, staff report from Forestry asking for condition number 1, correspondence from 45 Northcote, as well as a 25 signature petition from residents on Gladstone and Alma. And then we have several pieces of correspondence in opposition from Northcote and Gladstone Avenue, as well as Alma. Now, is your opposition still here?
Yes, and you'll recall I was here at the beginning requesting a deferral. So I'd like to speak to that, if we could begin with that request.
So, so before you do that, like, is the opposition in agreement with the deferral? Or?
Yes.
Can we have one representative then speak on behalf of all of you and just come to the front here? Like one person from the opposition?
There's just one person.
Oh, I thought it was more. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, so everybody's in agreement for the deferral then?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to provide a little bit of context, because I know that the committee would be interested to know, prior to filing the application, we actually had extensive discussions with city planning and revised plans even before we put in an application to address their comments. We put in the application and city planning indicated they're okay with the proposal. Once this was circulated, Jonathan, the owner of the subject property, went out and talked to a lot of the neighbors. A lot of support signatures were submitted to the committee. However, there was a few opposition letters, including by the next door neighbor to the south.
I know you want to give us a big history, but
Yes.
all I need to know is why you need the deferral and what.
So, particularly related to the neighbors to the south, who unfortunately are out of the country right now, but the owner has had a conversation with them and indicated that we'd be requesting a deferral, which they are supportive of, and it's to address a built form condition adjacent to their property, which we think that we can address.
And would that be,
It would affect the variances, yes.
so you would be coming back with revisions? then?
Yes.
Okay.
Would the number of dwelling units proposed be changing?
Well, that will depend on the design revisions that will come out of the redesign, so I can't answer that right now. But we're looking at making a change to address the concerns that were raised.
Okay, and you will be getting together with neighbors so that we don't have,
Yes, including Randy here from the Residents Association.
but like well before you bring it back
Yes.
in so that everything's ready to go, so that we're not
Absolutely.
the same
But
conversation.
one of the big concerns raised by many people was that there are too many residential units proposed. Is that issue going to be, is that possibility to be reduced?
That's something that we're going to look at through the redesign. I know that you're aware of my opinion letter, which I believe that it is good planning and it is an appropriate application. But because of what we're talking about, we will be looking at that possibility, but I can't say whether or not it will be reduced.
All right, so panel members, since both parties are in agreement for the deferral, and it would be to have more community consultation and come back with revisions. We need a motion. I'm sorry?
Chair, nothing, the application will be scheduled until there's confirmation the neighbors have been talked to. We have a
Right.
revised zoning review and revised plans.
Yeah, so all the reasons why you're being given the deferral have to be satisfied before it gets rescheduled.
Yeah,
and
we're in complete agreement with
It'll
that.
be with recirculation fees as well.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I need a motion then for all those reasons. Okay, so I have a motion to defer for all the reasons outlined. Moved by Ms. Larson, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, so you've got your deferral.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is vet the 2:30 agenda, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, item number 31, 861 to 863 St. Clair. Is the applicant here? Okay, is there anybody here in interest? You're the applicant, right? We'll deal with it after the break, so. Okay, item number 32, 147 Bolton Drive. Anyone here in interest? Yes? You're in opposition? Okay, did you see who it was? So you could step outside and have a conversation? So we'll hold that. Item number 33, 1175 Dovercourt Road. Is there anyone here in interest? Okay. Item number 34, 117 Indian Road. Anyone in interest? Item number 35, 27 Grove Avenue. Anyone in interest? Item number 36, 173 GLEBEMOUNT Avenue. Anyone in interest? 37, 73 Earl Grey Road. Anyone in interest? Item number 38, 40 Boulton Avenue. Anyone in interest? 39, 664 Windermere Avenue. Anyone in interest? And 40, 44 Cloverdale Road. Anyone in interest? Okay, so the items that's being held is number 32, 147 Bolton Avenue. So we'll take, we'll be back at 10 after 3. application. Okay, the next item is 861 to 863 St. Clair. Now, were you going to ask for deferral, or?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so then I won't read the whole blurb here. Okay, why do you need a deferral?
We are requesting a deferral because we need an opportunity to revise our plans in response to concerns from the neighbor to the south of the site. You have a letter on file, I think, from the owner of 180 Winona Drive.
Yep.
And so in consultation with city planning staff and the local ward councillor, as recently as yesterday, we've agreed that we will look to reorganize the vehicular access to our property that does not require access over their property to the south. And making those changes requires a review by transportation services staff, just to make sure that it works functionally before it gets accepted. And then we would bring that revised application back to the committee.
Okay, there's also a letter from 22 Falwyn. Will you be consulting with them and anybody? Like, are you going to sort of advise neighbors of any changes, just so that we don't come back here and have another letter come out of?
Yes, we can do. I understand that that particular property owner had some concern about our choice of materiality and the overall sort of aesthetic of our design rather than the specific variances. So I'm not sure that we will.
Fair enough. Just that you make sure that you've kind of let the broader community know before you come back here in advance of coming here.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe the planning department would like to have a review of the proposal before we send out notice again as well.
Okay, so that as well. Yes. Okay, so we would be looking at a deferral for those reasons. So you would have to, as I mentioned to somebody, I don't know if you heard, to make sure you fulfill all those things before you come back and before it gets put back on an agenda.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, and it will be with recirculation fees.
Okay.
Okay, so panel members to the deferral. Is no. Okay, so I have a motion moved by Mr. Reid to defer so that the applicant can engage in consultation with the community, the neighbor, show everything to planning as well as the councillor's office. Okay, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? Okay, your application is deferred.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 32 is held. So we will go to item number 33, which is 1175 Dovercourt Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from the assistant planner. Forestry is asking for conditions number 1 and 2, and 5 form letters in support from residents on Dovercourt and Delaware Avenue. We need your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander. My address is 49 BOULTON Avenue.
Okay, panel members, do you need a, no. We do not need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions? No.
Could I just clarify, how many units are you intending to put in the house?
4 units, converting
That
from 2 to
includes
4.
the basement suite?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, the purpose says it's going from a 3-story semi to, and then it's going to a 4-plex?
Yeah, it's considered a 3-story semi with a dwelling unit and a secondary suite currently, and then going basically from 2 to 4 units with an interior alteration.
Is there any exterior work proposed? Okay.
No.
Any other questions, panel members? All right, let's take it into committee. Any discussion?
No, I think the variances are all quite small, and I think positive, decent, safe units.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Reid, including the forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Pardon.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Chan.
Sorry. I didn't see that.
Okay, all in favor? The application's approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 34, 117 Indian Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, email correspondence from the acting coordinator, permits and enforcement from parking, and 4 form letters in support from residents on Indian Road, including both adjacent neighbors.
So my name is Jillian Green, and I'm the architect for the owners of 117 Indian Road.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? No? Do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
I don't have any questions or concerns with the actual addition to the building. But the shed, to me, seems quite high against the back, the rear lot line, right? It goes up like 15 feet or something with 0 setback. So I'm just wondering if you've talked to the neighbor who that's going to be facing and if they have any concern.
Yeah, so the owners did go and speak with the people. We don't have a letter of support, but, you know, everything seems okay with it. They actually do have a shed on their property currently. And I've got a photograph of the neighbor to the north who has actually built a shed that is very much like it's a similar height. It's actually raised up. And if you'd like to see photographs, I can show you. Yep.
Okay, any other questions? No?
Just one kind of, the parking in the front?
Yes.
Did you, if you saw transportation services?
I did. I've spoken. We found the original permits that the owners have for the front yard parking, so that's why it actually got removed as a zoning issue.
Okay.
Yes, believe me.
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee discussion.
I think it's very reasonable. I just had the concern about that shed because that's a big wall against his backyard, but they haven't raised any concerns, so they're not concerned about the impact.
Okay. Any other comments?
I thought the variances were minor. The rear addition seems to be in line with the rear of the houses on the adjacent lots, so I would move approval of the requested variances.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Solomon. Do I have a seconder? Okay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? The application's approved.
Thank you very much, committee.
Okay. Item number 35, 27 Grove Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a revised site plan with ground floor plans, elevations, and a roof plan. Okay.
Andy Trotter, agent designer.
Okay, this appears to be really minor. Does anybody need a presentation? Okay, any questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then.
Yeah. I agree. This is a moderate proposal. I move to approve.
There's no reports.
There's no report and there's no conditions.
Nope. Yeah. Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Item number 36, 173 GLEBEMOUNT. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Community planning has a condition. We have forestry asking for condition number 3, and then we have 13 form letters in support, signed by residents of GLEBEMOUNT and Salmon Avenue. We need your name again.
My name is Bernie Paisler. I'm acting on behalf of 173 GLEBEMOUNT. First of all, I'd like to the variances, the front setback.
So is this okay.
That corresponds with the front setback that's indicated on the notice.
Okay. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? No?
I do have one quick question. I don't see any parking on here. Where are you going to park?
We have a legal front yard parking space, but because it's a new house, that was a variance. But they have a licensed spot at the front.
Thank you. That's what I wondered about, yeah.
Yep.
Let's see any comments here.
And the condition for planning, we're going to put in permeable pavers in that parking spot for the soft landscaping.
Okay.
No further comments. I'd like to put forward a motion.
Go ahead.
To approve the requested variances subject to conditions of community planning and urban forestry.
And tie it to the new, this site plan is, you don't need us to specify it? Okay. Okay. Okay, I have a motion to approve with forestry number 3 and the planning condition in the February 6th report, moved by Mr. Salomon, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? The application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, item number 37, 73 Earl Grey Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Mario Silva, the agent. Previous decision affecting the property, and forestry is asking for condition number 2.
Mario Silva, I'm the agent for 73 Earl Grey on behalf of the owners.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? Can we go to questions? Does anyone have questions? No?
I think this is really minor and almost technical in nature, and I would recommend approval of the requested variances with urban forestry conditions.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, including forestry condition number 2, moved by Mr. Salomon, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 38, 40 BOULTON Avenue. Well, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 11 form letters in support from residents on BOULTON and Howie Avenue, and I would say this is really minor. We just need your name for the record.
My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here from Replacement Design representing 40 BOULTON Avenue.
Okay. Panel members, I don't think we need a presentation. No. Does anyone have questions?
I'll put forward a motion to approve. This is definitely very minor.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Yeah? Okay, I have a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Larson, seconded by Mr. Salomon. All in favor? Your application's approved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 39, 664 Windermere Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and a 16-signature petition in support signed by owners and occupants of Windermere, Willard, and Arag Street. We need your name.
Shira Brim, I'm the homeowner at 664 Windermere.
Okay. Do we need a presentation, or can we go to questions? Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
In terms of the existing FSI, do you have what that number is? Does the existing building already exceed what the zoning regulation is?
Sorry, in terms of square footage?
Yes. So the maximum floor space index permitted is 0.6. I was wondering, and you're going to 0.97.
0.97, yes.
So the current building, is it already above the 0.6?
Oh, that I'm not sure of.
They don't have the data? Yeah, maybe on the drawings.
I would have assumed that was on something that was submitted.
Existing.
Is it there?
Existing is 185.53 meter.
Existing?
Yeah, existing. So the addition is 43.32. It's it's in the building area in the front page site plan. The data. That's
Sorry.
You know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? No?
No, I don't have any problem with this one, and I think that will meet the 4 tests of being minor. And if there are no further comments, I'd like to move for approval. And the added comments also, they have a lot of supports in the neighborhood, so there's no conditions attached.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 40, 44 Cloverdale Road. We have before us copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and no other correspondence.
Very good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Nelson Espinola here as the agent for this application.
Okay.
We need a presentation.
I don't think we need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions about this variance?
I'll move a motion to approve.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion to approve, moved by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Oh, sorry, seconded by Mr. Salomon. All in favor? Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go back to item 32, 147 Bolton.
They're still outside.
Are they still outside?
Do you want me to go?
Can one of you just check if they're ready to come back? I mean, if not, I guess we can just keep going with the next time
We have
slot.
someone here.
Yeah, we have to vet, but I'm just saying we can keep going till they're ready.
That's
coffee.
They're here.
Yeah, go.
Are you here for Bolton? Okay, thank you. And you're in opposition? Thank you.
Oh, number 40. Wow, that's luxury.
I keep going back to still showing like some other address
Yeah,
before.
right.
While we're waiting, I'm just going to vet the 3:30 time slot. So is the agent here for 44 Avenal Drive? Is there anyone here in interest for Avenal? Okay. 42 1 Ivy Avenue. Is the agent here or the applicant? Is there anyone here in interest for number 1 Ivy? Okay. Item 43, 60 Winchester Street. Okay, now, is that including opposition, all these hands? Yeah, okay, so that one we're going to hold, so you can have a conversation outside if you want. Is the agent here, or?
Opposition.
For 60 Winchester? Is the agent here, or that was all opposition hands? Okay, well, it's held in any case. Okay, 44, 105 Wells Hill Avenue. Is the agent here for Wells Hill? No? Okay, we'll hold that. And 45, 271 Rosedale Heights. Is the agent here for that? Yeah? Is there anyone here in interest for that? Yeah, there is. So, over here?
They all are.
Oh.
Through you, Madam Chair. They're all.
Okay. So if you want, you can have a conversation outside. The one gentleman that put up his hand for Rosedale Heights is over here with the glasses.
So we don't have any applicants?
I don't know, we seem to be missing a couple. We're still waiting. 147 Bolton.
Yeah, we are waiting for that one.
Maybe went to the bathroom. That's for now.
Yeah, 147.
That's fine, they're all held, those ones, it's
Well, they're
fine.
not held.
Well, I'm holding them anyway, because
They're
there's
not
no.
held because nobody's here, so
Well, yeah, I'll have to do it again, but I'm saying, I put an H. Yeah,
Oh, I'm just gonna run out to wash them.
Okay, sure. I didn't try this one yet. It's been sitting here like-
Really good.
Yeah?
The almond one. It's real almond. Okay.
Yeah.
I can never make it.
Very excellent job.
Professional, yeah. Was it 3:30, right?
Is the applicant for 147 Bolton Drive here yet? Yeah, because otherwise I'm going to go to the next time slot. Okay, but it is 3:35, so.
it's unusual.
I understand that, but.
So I don't see people
Okay, we'll wait another 5 minutes then before we get started.
Can finish the cookies.
I'm sorry, I understood that we were at the back of the agenda now.
Well, no, not at the back of your time slot.
Right.
So, okay, your opposition is here.
And we've discussed it in the hall, and
So we just need your name for the record.
Neil Ironside, I'm the agent.
Okay, so are you making any changes or what did you do?
No, we decided to proceed on the merits of the presentation that we have.
Okay, so then people will brief presentation and then.
So we're actually now hearing our application?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been waiting for you.
I'm so sorry. With me today is Rachel Silber and her father, who's a lawyer, somewhere here. The applicant has lived in the house for 8 years. I have provided notes, actually. Do you have the notes of my application? I've got 5 copies if you don't.
Well, I'm just going to the supplemental here because, yeah, with the comparables, presentation, yeah, we have it.
Yeah.
It's just we have to toggle between files.
From our inside, right? Architect, that's the one. Yeah. Mhm. Thank you.
So, the applicants lived in the house for 8 years. So they are long-term residents of the neighborhood. They have 2 children in the public school. It's an unusual street in that it's considered a corner lot, but it's a single street name. There are no immediate neighbors as in sidewall to sidewall. The front yard is considered by the city to be the north property line, and the side yard is considered to be the east property line. The applicant, Rachel, has met with 6 of the neighbors, and other than the one resident objecting today, the other 5 have no objection. So the existing house is by current standards inadequate in size. I don't know, has the committee had a chance to drive by the house? It's small, it's in some level of disrepair, and so it's inadequate in size, amenity, and quality. And if it were to be sold, it's a likely candidate for a tear down. So I consider this part of the preservation of the neighborhood character. These variances, if approved, will preserve the existing house and streetscape, as well as update it to a contemporary standard. So some effort has been made, you can see in the illustrations, to tie the house addition into the existing house and try to make it look, quote unquote, like it fits in. And the addition is kind of concealed in the back corner. So it is a win for the neighborhood to see this lovely home continue to occupy the prominent corner, and a win for the applicants to be able to look forward to living in a neighborhood they're committed to. The variances, just to identify each of the variances, the building height is only 0.2 meters. If we weren't already going to committee, we wouldn't have been here for a 0.2 meter. It's only 8 inches higher than permitted. The access to the garage from the north side is an existing condition. We're moving the garage farther away from the corner and farther back from the sidewalk. So it's an existing condition in that the garage is there. It's an improved condition in that we're making the situation of a garage on that street better. The front yard setback, measured from the north side, is existing. There's just simply no way around that. The new addition is nominally farther back from the property line than the existing house. The floor space index requested is 67% of the lot area. There's a map that's attached to my presentation, which shows a number of decisions the committee's made in the area. As high as 78%. So we feel that this is totally within the norm of what the committee is approving. Side yard setback on the east side is 0.93 meters. That's at its tightest point. The house wall and the property line are at angles to each other. So as you move farther away from the northeast corner of the house, we go from being a deficit of 0.3 meters to being in excess of the required by 0.6 meters. So the side wall of the house is 2 feet farther away from the property line than is required by the bylaw by the time you get to the back. Only 30% of it is subject to the variance. Note that the adjacent property is a rear yard. So this is a situation which is fairly common in the city, where you have a long block with a narrow end, and you have houses that have backyards that face onto the side yards of the house immediately behind them. It's common, it's everywhere. And that's the situation that we have here, where we have a side yard and the neighbors have a rear yard and we share that property line. That house is situated also, the proximity of that house is 41 feet away from our property line. The city standard backyard is minimum is 7.5 meters, 25 feet.
I just want to let you know you're at 5.5 minutes, so I need you to
Hurry up.
well wrap
Hold
up.
up.
Yeah.
Okay. So the adjacent property is far enough back that their backyard exceeds the norms in the city. And the parking space, I don't think is worth discussing. I think it's just...
We'll have you back up to rebut to the opposition.
My apologies to
comments in
the
any
committee
case.
again.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Russ Cheeseman. I'm the solicitor for Sue and Nina Abdelmessi, the owners of the property at 34 Russell Hill Road. Ms. Abdelmessi has lived there for about 47 years. Her house at 34 Russell Hill Road was built in a rear yard to rear yard perspective with the house that is the subject of this application. What's occurred, I think, in the last few years is there's been an additional property acquired by the property the property that's subject to this application, which has changed the orientation of the lot for bylaw purposes. So what exists there today is rear yard to rear yard. But because of the additional land that's been purchased, the short side of the lot, which is now the front yard, is where the garage on this property is, if you visited it. So the garage is too close to the front lot line and too close to my client's property today in terms of the bylaw. If it was to be demolished, there would be a different configuration for a new home that got built. What we'd like to see, and you've got my letter of February the 5th that's on the file, what we would like to see is that there's going to be an addition made to this house. We'd like to see it to be made in a manner that respects the rear yard to rear yard condition. Because if you look at the addition as we see it, it will be located within a meter of the rear lot line of my client's property and will extend the length of my client's property. So it'll be a full wall right up against the rear property line. And we see that as just being a matter that is inappropriate, and because it has to meet the tests, and it's all of the variances put together, of course, that have to be considered, both cumulatively and individually. And with respect to the variances that are being sought, a lot of the variances that are being requested are as a result of the fact that the orientation of the lot has switched from being a rear yard to a side yard for purposes of the bylaw. Quite frankly, if it was built in the manner that it was and nothing was done with respect to the rear yard of the property, my clients would be much more accommodating to it. But it's the fact that it's going to impose on my client's property. The massing will be too big. There'll be a wall. It'll be too close. It doesn't, in my respectful submission, it doesn't meet the 4 tests under Section 45. It doesn't fit in the neighborhood the way the official plan contemplates it to. It doesn't fit, I would think, with the 320 amendment, OPA 320. The intent of the bylaw, obviously, is to allow for the construction of houses on the property that fit and that are well spaced. That doesn't occur here. It's not appropriate for the development of the building and the property when you consider that the tests at law take that third test and look at the property surrounding it as well. So it doesn't fit in, and it doesn't meet that test. And cumulatively, because of the combination of all of the variances, we say that they add up. It's not minor in nature. There will be impacts, and the impacts will be negative, and they will be adverse to my client, privacy, overlook, all of those things. Classic planning matters are going to occur here if this addition is to be permitted. So, in my respectful submission, I would ask the committee to turn the application down.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Cheeseman.
Yep.
Okay. You just lay it on facing up, I think.
Up, okay, got it.
And then just see if it's, just turn it. Yep.
Okay.
So the house on the left is number 34 Russell Hill. The house on the right is number 147 Bolton. And you're looking at, the top picture, you're looking at the driveway access to number 34, which is along the property line with our addition that we're asking to be considered. So it is a fact. The city has designated a side yard condition for our property, and I think we're entitled to the bylaws permissions that are granted by calling it a side yard. So I don't understand an argument where we have to go back in history and say that it used to be, it used to look like a rear yard. The situation now is, the fact is, it's a side yard. The fact is that we're mostly maintaining the respect of the bylaw to how far we should be from that and exceeding it. And the fact that there's a wall along that side yard is mitigated by the fact that they have a rear yard. They are 14, so I mean, you get confused by feet and meters, that we're 40 feet away from their back wall. A typical backyard in Toronto is 25 feet. And notwithstanding all of that, but there's vegetation that the objectors and ourselves agree needs to be maintained. It's in our aligned interests. And there's a driveway. The consideration of the sidewall of our house casting undue effect on their property, that it's a driveway that they access their garage. So, you know, to me, it looks like a situation that has very little impact on a neighbor and has great benefit to the neighborhood. It's not the other gentleman, the objector's lawyer, said that there were so many variances. Well, all the variances are minor. So yes, there's a lot of minor variances, but the accumulation of minor variances doesn't mean that it's no longer official plan, conforming to the official plan. And finally, we didn't have any choice. We didn't have a choice of where to build because of the easements. So the only potential building site on this property, because of the easements, is the location where we have put the building. We didn't have the benefit of two other choices. So if the committee decides to approve, then we can maintain this house, we can improve its quality. If the committee decides to deny, then the house basically has no development potential. And
I have a question. The house at Russell Hill appears to sit higher.
About 3 meters.
About how much higher than your lot?
3 meters.
3 meters?
So their ground floor basically lines up with our second floor when you look at the section. So that's a substantial difference.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions?
Is it possible for the
well, no, like it's 5 minutes
Okay.
per address, not
All right.
per person, kind of. We'd be here till midnight,
Yeah.
probably.
I'm ready to be in discussion.
Yeah, so we'll take it into committee then. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is actually quite reasonable. And as you mentioned, Nancy, the neighboring house being raised up, I think that minimizes the negative impacts. And I don't see there being a lot of negative impacts. I like the fact that they're keeping a house, not knocking it down. And I think it's a sensitive I'd support.
I think the proposal is actually just fill in that corner, and then in terms of the design, try to make it as compact as possible, and then I do not think that it will create overlook problems, or it's quite a distance to the next neighbor.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I think it's quite sensitively done.
Yeah.
I think it's nice to have, the old maintained. We see mostly houses getting knocked down. I think that the house at Russell Hill is actually quite large as well. So that if you take it in terms of contact massing, that I don't think this is out of character at all. What's proposed?
I think just to add to that, there's that one corner on the side yard setback of 0.93 meters. The side yard setback wouldn't even be before us if they just increased it by 0.3 of a meter, and then we wouldn't even be dealing with the issue of whether it's a rear yard or a side yard. So I agree with all the other comments.
So if there's no further comment, I'd like to move for approval with forestry condition number 2.
We've read that, that's fine.
I have a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Reed.
Is there a
forestry
permeable-
number 2, that's it.
I thought there was a permeable paving, front yard permeable.
I don't have anything.
Not on my notes either.
No.
I don't have that.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? The application is approved.
Thank you. Again, I'm sorry about the fault at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to vet the 3:30 time slot again, just because there was a little bit of confusion. So item 41, 44 Avenal Drive. The applicant's here. Is there anyone in interest for Avenal? Okay, item 42, 1 Ivy Avenue. Okay, the applicant's here. Is there anyone in interest for Ivy? Sorry, you're opposing? Can you stand up? I can't see you and I can't hear you. Okay, are you here in opposition to Ivy? Is the applicant here for Ivy?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that's being held then. If you want to have a conversation, you can go outside the room. Okay, item number 43, 60 Winchester Street. The applicant, is there anyone in opposition here to Winchester? Okay. If there's any percentage in speaking, feel free to go out for a few minutes. I'm not sure, because I think this was deferred before. Item 44, 105 Wells Hill Avenue. Is the applicant here? Is there anyone in opposition? Okay, again, if there's any percentage in talking, feel free to go outside the room. If not, we'll deal with these in order after we deal with 41. The last one is 271 Rosedale Heights Drive. Applicant, is there anyone here in interest for 271 Rosedale Heights? Okay, so that's the gentleman. I don't know if you had a chance to speak. Yeah, so, okay. All right, so we'll go to item number 41, which is 44 Avenal Drive. And just give me a second. All right, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report. Forestry's asking for condition number 2. 7 form letters in support from residents on Avenal and Ava Road, as well as 1 letter in opposition from 48 Avenal Drive. Okay, we just need your name for the record, and I'll see if we need a presentation or not.
Good afternoon. My name is Tay Rook, planner for the owners of the property at 44 Avenal Drive.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation, or would you like to go to questions? No? Okay.
One question.
Yeah, go ahead with questions.
Maybe you can correct me if I because I based on the notes that I put down. Sure. They were on at 48 asking for a privacy screen on the second floor, and in the letter stated that it was refused. Why?
There was ongoing discussions between the neighbors at 48, which is 2 houses down from the subject site. The concern of that particular neighbor was that it was into his property from 44 to 48 into the rear yard. But realistically speaking, when you look at the site plan and if you look at the site itself, and I'll just put this up.
Yeah.
So the rear is at the bottom where the green area is. So that is the one-story element that is beyond the 17-meter mark, and to the west is to the right. So you'll note that there's two large trees that are adjacent to the where the patio would be. In addition, it's separated by the rear yard of 46, and you'll also note that the 46 at the corner is somewhat quarter of the part of the patio where it extends. So from a views perspective, there really wasn't any concern. In addition to that, I put this to committee because putting that privacy screen, which is a 6-foot privacy screen, from a massing perspective, it would look like a 2-story dwelling as opposed to a 1-story element, which would have less of an impact to the immediate neighbor.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I can see, yeah, you explained well. I just did not know why it was refused.
But we're in committee's hands.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Oh, okay, take it into committee then.
My comments are that these are large lots with large houses, and so I think the variances are minor, and I would put forward a motion of approval of the requested variances with urban forestry conditions.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, including forestry condition number 2, moved by Mr. Salomon, seconded by Mr. Reid. All in favor? Application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 42, 1 Ivy Avenue. If the opposition, did they go out? No. No, okay, so we'll leave that one. So let's move on to 60 Winchester. Are they outside too? Okay. What about 105 Wells Hill? Okay, is your opposition here? Okay, what about 271 Rosedale Heights? Because there's only one person here. Let's go with that one. Okay. Let me just get the right sheet. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's too late now. Okay, so item number 45, 271 Rosedale Heights Drive. Okay, we have before us a copy of the minutes from the September 11th hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, correspondence from Haney Rezai, the applicant, staff reports from forestry asking for condition number 1, ravine and natural feature protection, gave us correspondence as well as TRCA. We have support from 265 Rosedale Heights and 338 Inglewood, opposition from 257 Rosedale Heights and 343 and 355 Inglewood Drive. Okay, we need your name for the record.
My name is Michelle Charco, M-I-C-H-E-L-L-E, last name C-H-A-R-K-O-W, and I'm with Goldberg Group. I'm a land use planner.
Okay. So can we have a presentation then?
Yes, I actually have a handout if I may.
Is that something that is new?
It's a comparison.
Okay, in future, can you please submit this well in advance electronically so that they have the material? Because we're going to get to a point where we can't take paper anymore at all. Yeah? Okay, thanks. That's okay, we can share.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You're sharing?
So the previous application was deferred September 11, 2019, and the purpose of the deferral was to have further discussions with the adjacent neighbor, the ward councillor, also with the Moore Park Residents Association. So since that time, the applicant has met with each of those parties to discuss potential changes. So we have made revisions to the plans which have been filed, and I'm just going to very quickly go through those and then speak to them in further detail in relation to the variances. So the first change that happened is the FSI was reduced from the previous proposal of 1.01 to 0.85. In addition, the south portion of the front yard setback was also increased. There was a new deck added to the north side of the rear yard. A second floor balcony was added, and the third floor GFA was decreased. So the above changes generally reduce the scope of the variances, save for building length, which I will explain. But the proposed building footprint is generally in keeping with the existing building footprint on the lot. So in the handout that I provided, there's an area context plan. There's a plan showing the comparison between the 1.01 FSI and the 0.85 FSI in relation to the existing building footprint. And the reason I go back to that existing building footprint is because this is a ravine lot. So the tableland portion is quite small. You can see in the area context map that the lot is actually quite deep. So if I may speak to the variances, we have 4 in total, and 2 of those variances are in relation to existing conditions. So the first variance is for building length. The proposal has a building length of 20.89 meters. This is an increase of 3.89 meters over the maximum permitted of 17 meters. However, if you look at this image here, you'll see that because, I'm going to call them stacked rectangles for lack of a better term, the building has the staggered effect. And so the way building length is measured is it's measured from whatever's closest to the front yard to the rear yard. But no portion of the building is actually 20.89 meters. The largest portion is the middle rectangle, and it comes out to 16.36, which is under the maximum permitted of 17 meters. As we can also see from this diagram is that generally the outline of the red, it's within the building footprint of what is currently existing, and we're actually removing some large chunks as well. With respect to the front yard setback, this is an existing condition. The existing condition is 1.45 meters, and that's further on the northern portion of the front yard setback. I would call this kind of like a pocket lot because it has a curve, and so as a result of that, we have to have a front yard setback that increases in transition as it goes south because of the neighbor to the south. So that has actually been provided, and that's one of the changes that was made in the previous proposal. We actually had the building extend a little bit further, but we've reduced that. So the total front yard setback reduction, we're talking about 8 centimeters or 3 inches. This is not visually perceptible, and we've tried to maintain a larger front yard setback moving further south. With respect to the third variance, the setback from the top of bank, 1.74 meters, this also represents an existing condition, and that's visible in the plans that were provided. There is a city policy which speaks to having a 10-meter setback from the top of bank, but the TRCA has signed off on the setback, and that is noted in the comments that were provided to staff. There's also been some, as I previously mentioned, we've actually removed some portions of the existing building GFA on the northern portion, and that's to provide for a larger rear yard. And we can also see in the photos that are provided that the existing dwelling right now, there isn't much of a rear yard, so we're trying to provide a larger rear yard space. With respect to FSI, as I previously mentioned, this is a ravine lot, so the total FSI, we can't use the whole lot to calculate it. Bylaw 569/2013 restricts it to just the tableland portion. So that's, but as we can also see, the tableland portion, it's not a perfect shape. It's a kind of like a parallelogram. So we've had to stagnate the proposed building to reflect that.
I just want to let you know you're at 5 minutes, so if you can.
I've got 2 more sentences.
Fine.
I was just going to say the FSI is the FSI. We have no other massing variances for height, stories, side yard setbacks, anything like that. We're actually increasing the side yard setback on the south side to over 3 meters, and that's to provide for TRCA access to the rear. We have no comments from planning staff in objection, no comments from the TRCA. Previously, we received a significant amount of resident opposition, and our client has worked with those residents. We now actually have 2 letters of support. And in addition, I would just end with that we conform with the 4 tests under the Planning Act.
We'll have you back up after we hear from the opposition, and if the members have questions, we'll ask you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, we need your name and address.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Kevin Hurlbert. I live at 355 Inglewood Drive.
Okay.
And I'm here on behalf of the residents who've written letters of opposition. I'd just like to begin by saying we acknowledge the fact that the applicant has worked with the neighborhood, and we were quite appreciative of that, and we hosted a meeting at my home to have those discussions. But we'd like to raise a couple of key points. One is that notwithstanding the fact that the application has been revised from the original application, that even if the application as revised was presented to the committee today, I do not think that it would meet the 4 tests. The variances are indeed not minor at all. With the FSI square coverage of 0.85 relative to permitted levels of 0.6. This would set a very significant precedent in the neighborhood, and this is of significant concern to a number of the neighbors because previous applications have been before this committee on other properties, and the precedent that would set would generally result in buildings that are of significant massing, prominent above many of the other properties in the neighborhood. We also, so in terms of the test number 1, in terms of the variances not being minor, the FSI and the setback are certainly not minor. The second test in terms of consistency with the neighborhood, we assert that the building is not consistent nor consistent with the desire of the neighborhood. You're changing a 1.5-story house, which sits very prominently at the end of a street where it can be seen for several blocks to the west. And this is going to change a house that's a single-story house from that visual aspect to a 2.5-story house, and it's going to have significant massing on the street. The building is more modern in its design, and it won't be consistent with the neighborhood. In terms of test number 3, in terms of its intent with the bylaws, we note that the application is actually in direct contravention of the Conservation Authority Act. And we also note that Urban Forestry seems to have indicated that their request for a deferral in this matter. And finally, we would submit that the overall construction and design of the building and the intent that's there is not consistent with the official plan.
Where did you see that Forestry was asking for a deferral?
It appears to be an item on the website.
Is that from the previous one, maybe, before it? So they asked for deferral back in 2019.
I'll have to check on the date of it.
Like, I'm just looking now, I'm surfing, but I didn't see anything in the materials that we have for this particular, for today's, but
seems to have been posted February the 6th. There's a letter dated February the 6th in which advisory comments apply. Number 1, any application to injure or remove a tree may be denied, and that there was a note asking that the committee request a deferral. Perhaps I'm not misunderstanding the letter, but it's on file as of February the 6th.
No, I don't see it.
I think it lists all of the criteria.
Oh, it's the all of.
oh, it's in the it's in the Ravine and Natural. I'm showing one in the 29th of January here. But I think that those are standard conditions. I think it's just a standard letter. Where did I see
all the
it now?
possibility.
It says, not, so like.
They have it, there's a box.
Mm-hmm.
Second page has.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not checked off. They have no.
Well, this one's checked off.
No, it's not. It's got the address. So what it is, well, unless you're looking at a different letter.
That's.
Oh, they're asking for condition number 1, not a deferral.
Right.
It's not this time. They don't ask.
Yeah,
for anything.
there's condition number 1 there.
There is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I missed that one. Oh, yeah, F1, yes, I got it.
Yeah, so what they do is give the whole list of everything, and then
Right.
they check what they want or don't want.
Right, okay. So in summary, as I said, we submit that the variances are not minor despite the revisions that have been made from the original application. We don't think that the building's consistent with the neighborhood, consistent with the intent of the bylaws, and we don't think it meets with the official plan.
Okay. Panel members, does anyone have a question of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. And we'll have you back up to speak to the issues that were raised.
With respect to the FSI, both bylaws 569 and 2013 actually permit a maximum FSI of 0.69 with an addition. So the existing dwelling is approximately 0.7. There are many dwellings in the area that probably exceed the maximum permitted FSI of 0.6 or even 0.69 just on the basis of when the bylaws were enforced. As I was previously saying, the number is the number. The proposal has no variances with respect to building height, stories, main wall, landscaping, aside from the front yard setback and the rear yard setback, which are existing conditions. So there are no other massing control infractions here. So it strictly just comes down to the number being the number. In the presentation, there was mention that this is a one-story dwelling. That's incorrect. This is actually a two-story dwelling. What we are proposing is a three-story dwelling. I'm not going to get into the discussion of what's a half-story and how people define that, but there are plenty of three-story dwellings on this street, and they are shown in some of the visual evidence immediately across the street and immediately to the south as well. And there are also some modern examples right on the corner. I'd also like to remind that with respect to official plan policies, a modern dwelling is compatible with other types of architecture. So this proposal here, I would call it a hybrid modern dwelling. There are peaked roofs, there is a flat roof portion, but it is predominantly hidden. And with respect to the TRCA, we have received a letter from the TRCA stating that they have no objections to the proposal, and it has been reviewed by the TRCA.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Okay.
Yeah, just to discuss, I support this. I'm happy to see TRCA support. That was my first question, and that's fine. And the fact that most of the variances are existing conditions, I think, is a big element for me. And I think the design is actually interesting, and there's a lot of different architectural styles, so I'd support it.
I'm in total agreement with you. It's a very large lot, stretches way back across the ravine, and I don't have a problem with this either.
And because two out of the four variances triggered by the fact that it's a within lot, and because of this, the stable bank and all that, it's a very technical thing. And I agree with the explanation that this number.
Add to that, there is no height variance that's required, and there are many three-story houses along this street. I would agree with all the other comments.
If no one else has any questions, I'd like to put forward a motion to approve with forestry number 1 condition.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, including forestry condition number 1, moved by Ms. Larson, seconded by Mr. Solomon. All in favor? The application's approved. And sir, thank you for coming, but did you fill in the decision request card? Okay, and you gave it to staff? Okay, great, thank you. All right, item number 42, 1 Ivy Avenue. Are they back? You're back. So, is the opposition here still? Where's the opposition for Ivy? I need you to come and sit on the side here. Panel members, we have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, staff reports from planning asking for conditions, engineering report, as well as forestry is asking for different conditions on different parts. On one ivy, they're asking for condition number 1, part 2, condition number 2, and part 1, condition number 3. We had opposition correspondence from 34 Harriet, 453 Leslie Street, 3 and 9 Ivy Avenue. Okay, we need your name again for the record.
My name is Adam Brander, and my address is 49 Boulton Avenue. I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal, and just one item for correction. As numbered on public notice, variance number 2 relating to sidewall height is not applicable. So if we could please eliminate that from the application.
Hang on, where is this? Which part is this? Like A, B, or C?
For the proposed house. A.
I know, but there's 3 parts. Is it part C you're talking about? If you look at the notice.
Yeah. It's file number A101019 TEY.
Okay, so C. So which variance, sorry?
Number 2.
The side exterior main walls?
Yeah.
So you're removing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2 on 42C. Okay. You have 5 minutes to do a presentation.
Thank you. Just a high-level summary on the approach to the site. Initially, reading of the existing site was that it was underserved. The existing FSI was 0.36 times lot, and upon investigation, the conditions of the existing home were rendered to be salvageable, fortunately, which offered environmental and economical efficiencies with some TLC to renew the existing house. Then, rather than expand the existing house to something proportional to the double lot, the intent is to reestablish 2 separate lots as the original division of land intended, and provide 1 new detached dwelling. Looking to the variances, I have a quick diagram just to help explain variance 1. So variance 1 is applied to the rear main wall only, and it's a height of 9.6 meters, where 7.5 is prescribed. And this diagram shows an illustration here. So oftentimes the rear main wall will be confined to the blue line shown there, which is actually at the rear of the property. In this instance, the examiner chose to include the setback portion included in the rear main wall height, and this is the reason for the variance related with the orange portion. And this diagram just kind of shows the green dashed line, which would be an as-of-right increase over the built form, creating potentially more shadows. But to apply for this variance with a straight wall, it's in fact less imposing than an as-of-right condition. Variance number 2 is not applicable, as mentioned. Variance number 3 is for FSI of 0.98, where 0.6 is as-of-right. Establishing this FSI in the proposed lot within permitted length and height restrictions would support a case for being minor. Past decisions show an understanding and acceptance for FSI variances in this pocket of the city, with 24 examples of FSI variances approved in the zone in the 0.93 times lot to 1.46 times lot range, with outliers as high as 2.18 times density. And these examples include 2 directly on Ivy at 0.98 and 1.05 times density. And we feel that this proposal fits neatly within the lower segment of this overall range. And variance number 1 for the existing maintained house is also noted to be at 0.79, which is well below this density range of approvals. The 4th variance is for reduced front yard setback. The proposed front wall is to line up with the existing house front wall, which would seem fitting as a consistent street edge condition. The neighboring corner lot semi is recessed a little back from the norm, as is the case in select lots in this pocket. Variance 5 is for reduced side yard of 0.12 meters at the narrowest point. Reduced side yards are found to be commonplace here. Among past decisions, numerous side yard setback reductions up to 0.0 meters, including decisions on Ivy. In our particular application, there's a relative increase from 0 to 0.12 meters, and increasing from this as the property line tapers. For related separation between buildings, the built form of the proposal has a 3.3 meter or 11-foot setback between the adjacent 3-unit semi-detached property. We also have a elevation of that. So here we can see coasted in the 3.3 meters from the adjacent dwelling to the west. It's separated by a driveway. It was noted that there's concern by the neighbor about blocking sunlight, though given sun travel paths predominantly from the south and the 3.3 meter spacing, we feel shadow impacts will be nominal. The spacing of 3.3 meters is well above the 1.2 minimal distance generally accepted between adjacent dwellings. And in Toronto, it's generally understood that side walls of houses can sometimes face your neighbor. The next variances 6 and 7 can be looked at together for the front porch and steps location. Again, this reflects the existing condition of the neighbored properties. And while the adequate boulevard in front provides width from the actual separation from the street, which is the intent of this bylaw. Variances 8 and 9 are for front yard landscaping percentage, and we find this percentage clearly to be crippled on a percentage basis, but the property space between the normal front porch and the actual lot line is very minimal. We're talking about...
You're at 5.5 minutes. If you
Okay.
wrap it up.
Yep. So the 2.7 meters squared of landscaping is compensated by rear yard landscaping at the back. And the side yard variance at the back is really just related to the site condition of the lot sloping down towards the back where they take the side lot into consideration. And it's not a variance that carries through to the 569 bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have you back after we hear from the opposition. Good afternoon.
I live at 9 Ivy Avenue.
And your name is Pauline McLeod?
That's it.
Okay.
I've been there for 38 years and know the house that's being retained well. Part of the objection in the neighborhood has been moving ahead with construction prior to a severance being granted or proper permits being granted, actually. They started construction prior to. And various neighbors, as we have over several months, have had to go to the city to deal with issues related to the property. In terms of the zoning bylaws itself, one of the major issues has to do with the western side and the setback, which is extremely narrow. And in terms of the property to the east of that, it would be very limiting in terms of interest in redeveloping that property in the future. The fact that there's a driveway now, there are 2 driveways into that building. There's one off Leslie Street and there's one off Ivy as well. It seems to me as though it's such a narrow amount that even servicing it without the okay of the property owner would be very difficult. In general, what we're looking at is the building is not intended and doesn't seem to be going to be built with any relationship to the style of the building next to it. So when they talk about the frontage needing to be equal to the one next to it, it seems foolish that there is no reason for it to be brought up there because it's not in any way the same style as the house. And many houses are set back much further than 1A is currently. And they're saying that they need to put it forward, seems to me just another coverage grab. Let me see, what else? There was something about, well, there's also the in zoning in terms of coverage, and that the new dwelling will have floor space index equal to 0.98 when 0.6 is the current one. That seems excessive when, you know, I mean, all of it seems like major grabs, and hoping that nobody's going to object from our position. As I've said, the side yard setback and the front yard setbacks are certainly of concern. And I don't know if there's anything else I need to mention.
You still have time if there's anything you missed.
Process has been a very difficult part of it. The city has had to be involved. I can't tell you how many times, I can't count them, because of issues related to the property. And on the one side of the property that we're worried about the setback, there is a tree there, an existing tree, a large tree, which would be certainly impacted by that kind of a setback. So those are the objections that I have, and I know you've had some others written. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Brander, you back up.
Madam Chair and committee members, just a couple points relating to the opposition's points. Permits were issued for the proposed renovation to the existing dwelling. There's a building permit reference 19-164-622, and we'd maintain that the 3.3 meter neighbor drive clearance will be adequate for servicing. And again, we have reference to greater densities approved in the area by this committee, and it speaks to the kind of intent to support the official plan and build with greater density close to the core. It's also respectful. Our street-facing elevation is a fully as-of-right street-facing elevation, so we're really looking to minimize the impact on the urban fabric and actually add to it. And the conditions of urban forestry are intended to be fully respected.
Can you speak to the issue of character that was raised?
Yeah, I think there's room for architects to kind of move forward with an intent not to necessarily replicate designs that were conceived 100 plus years ago, but to embody a form that respects them in its form, but perhaps kind of riffs on them a bit. So here we're proposing a dormer at the side of the third floor and some traditional materials that really tie it back to the original, the intended construction of the area. And at the rear, proposing the setback deck as opposed to a more traditional slope roof would seem kind of like a good compromise.
Got a question about the shared driveway.
Yes.
Is there something that will secure access to both parties over the shared use of the driveway?
Yeah, there'd be an easement, and it's captured in the draft R plan.
Any further questions? No? No. Well, we'll take it into committee then. Discussion.
I'll just say, I think this is quite reasonable. I appreciate that the existing house is being retained. Often in this kind of case, we see the existing house get pulled down and then a maximization of both lots. But in this case, I think it shows a gesture of goodwill, at least on the part. And the newly proposed building, I think, is, yeah, it's larger than the existing one, but I don't think it's really out of character in terms of scale with the neighbor. So I'm going to be.
Sort of separated by a driveway and on both sides, really, and for the new one. So I agree. It's a reasonable development, and it meets all tests.
I notice that community planning has conditions for Part C, 42C, the new lot. So are we dealing with each part separate? Like, I'm not sure.
I think we can do it all at once and just incorporate the condition in the report because it'll automatically apply it. All right. Yeah, I would agree with the comments made that I think that this is in character with the neighborhood and what's there right now. That there's almost like this big gate parking space cars into. So I think that what's being proposed is actually more in keeping with the rest of the homes on the street. Okay, who wants to do the honors here?
Who do it? Okay, I'd like to move for approval for 42A for the sufferance. You have to meet all the sufferance requirement, like the standard consent requirement, and for 42 approval for 42B. 42A with forestry condition number 1. And 42B with forestry condition number 2, and approve for 42C with condition first condition number 3, and also tied to the condition recommended by the staff report dated February 4th, 2020.
And the engineering conditions as well.
Yes. And also as amended, because there's some variance got deleted.
Variance number 2 on 42C was removed.
Yes.
Planning conditions, we got that.
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah, we got that, yeah.
Okay, so with all those conditions, so the recommendation by Ms. Chen is to application as amended. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Yeah? Okay, seconded by Ms. Larson. All in favor? Okay, the application's approved.
Thank you.
So, item number 43, 60 Winchester Street. Okay, is the opposition still here for Winchester? Okay, I need you to come along the side here. Panel members, we have before us a copy of the draft plan of surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Bernard Watt. Actually, a couple of them, one dated October 10th, the other the 22nd. We have an arborist report prepared by Kelly's Tree Care, correspondence from Lawrence Goldapple, the solicitor, in response to the opposition from number 58 Winchester. We have the urban forestry is asking for conditions, heritage preservation services is asking for conditions. We have staff reports from engineering and heritage, and correspondence in support from 46 Metcalf, opposition from 58 Winchester, 68 Winchester, and 36 and 38 Metcalf. Okay, how many of you are speaking? Then we didn't get it, too late, so if you want to submit it. Okay, are you speaking? Then you can submit it at that time. And then how many of you are speaking in total? All of you? Okay. All right, so you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and we just need your name for the record.
My name is Bernard Watt. I'm the architect and agent. Good afternoon. Before I get into the meat of this, I did have a discussion with the technician about an error in the first variance that I was asked to bring forth before we start with the discussion. The description of the purpose of the application is incorrectly stated by the committee. This is not a dwelling, it's a duplex converted into a fourplex. And we're not trying to create secondary suites like it says in the purpose of the application phrase. So the main point for me is that variance number 1 should say the maximum permitted depth of a fourplex, and it says the maximum permitted depth of a detached dwelling.
We have the amendment already. It says
Okay,
fourplex.
fine.
Yep. And the purpose was also amended.
Good.
Yeah.
60 Winchester is an existing 3-story detached duplex in a very long lot. The current owner purchased it 1 year ago in an estate sale. The building has been vacant before he purchased it, and the interiors are in very poor condition. You can see it in the photograph, the building in the middle. The proposal has 3 components to it. I'll start from the back. The little square in red is the rear of the lot that was sold, and it's subject to a lot addition in parallel application as the Committee of Adjustment application was sold to the lot in the green, which is 46 Metcalfe. They had an interest in buying it as a buffer for their large swimming pool and garden that they have at the rear, which this buffer would allow them to have more privacy from the laneway suite, which is being proposed immediately next to the lot that is severed. And then between the laneway suite, which is new, and the duplex to fourplex at the front is the space between them. Now, the laneway suite has vehicular access from a right-of-way that you can see on 58, the property immediately to the west or up in this site plan, and also from the Mickey Lane, which is on the other side. So, in fact, a car can go through the laneway suite, enter from one end, and go out to the other. The third component is an addition to the existing duplex at the front with the purpose of having 4 long-term rental units where there currently are only 2. One will be added in the basement, and the 4th one, originally, when this started a year ago, was a third floor addition to an existing 2-story building with a small 3rd floor that is existing but will be removed. As we started having our conversations with planning and heritage, Heritage posed a very strict regulation, which can be seen in the blue line represents the limitations that Heritage imposed. They are what a person standing on the opposite sidewalk, looking directly at 60 Winchester, would be the limitation of development. In other words, the blue line, everything that's under the blue line is permitted. Anything over would not be permitted under heritage regulations. We worked with that, we followed that, and as a result, we found it necessary to add a smaller portion in the 4th floor, which in fact is a master bedroom with a stair coming from the 3rd floor. And that creates a variance of height. Through the process, at the end of the process, we obtained full support of planning and full support of heritage, as well as urban forestry and engineering services that have conditions which we agree with. I'll get into the detail of each of the variances. There's 3 variances related to the fourplex, and there's 2 variances related to laneway suite. I'll get to the fourplex first. The first one has to do with building depth. The color brown represents the existing duplex. The existing building depth is 18.84 meters, and that is what the building currently has. In other words, by adding a partial 3rd floor and a partial 4th floor, we're not increasing the building depth, we're just staying within the boundaries of what is there today. However, we note that 58 Winchester, immediately to the west, has an existing building depth of 28 meters, 10 meters more than what is being shown here. As well, the 6 3-story Victorian houses that are to the east of this proposal all are in the range of 19 meters. The second variance has to do with the height that is created by having the 4th floor addition. The variance in itself is 0.84 centimeters, or meters, 84 centimeters, less than 3 feet, and it's only for the portion of the master bedroom.
You're over 6 minutes, so I need you to really condense this.
We did spend about 1.5 minutes on the initial thing. Yeah.
Okay, but
so the next variances have to do with main wall. If you look at the black dotted line at the front and the back, it would show what is permitted without a variance in terms of main wall. Obviously, having the setbacks created by heritage provides a much better argument for the main wall issue. The 2 very minor laneway suite variances have to do with soft landscaping. We are 80% of what we should provide between the laneway suite and the back. That is because there's 2 spaces for parking and a sunken garden for the lower unit in the fourplex. However, the resulting amount is 1,000 square feet, which is equivalent to the size of this room. In our mind, this is sufficient. And also the fact that a portion at the back was sold and its trees and the intent for it is to become a garden, it helps in the overall landscaping of the neighborhood. The last one is a very small side yard setback for the laneway suite. Regulation says 1.5 meters. It will be 1.2 meters, and it's going to be left open to make the laneway look bigger and also help with maneuvering of vehicles. Ultimately, this proposal is about providing 5 long-term rental suites to the City of Toronto where there's great demand for them.
okay, thank you. Panel members, do you want to hold your questions till we hear from the opposition? And before I go to the opposition, I missed the second page of the correspondence. So just members, we also had opposition from 62 Winchester, 38, 61, 63 Metcalf, 42 Metcalf, 57, and 65. So that was just additional correspondence I missed. All right, who wants to speak first?
Do you need this?
No, that goes to staff over here.
Oh, yep.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Linda Manzer. I live at 65 Metcalf Street. I'm going to read mine because I want to make sure I get it right. It'll be faster.
Sure.
I'm against the proposed variance. A variance request must meet these requirements. The request is minor in nature. No, it is not. This is turning a 2-story building with a roof deck into a 4-story building. Allowing a 4-story building into the neighborhood would set an unfortunate precedent for further redevelopment in Cabbagetown. There are no 4-story buildings on Winchester east of Parliament Street, and there are no 4-story buildings on Metcalfe Street. If, in the opinion of the committee, the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the official plan are maintained, no. Policy 5 of the neighborhood policies asks that the development fit within the existing physical characteristics of the neighborhood with respect to 9 physical characteristics. One of those is C, height. There are no 4-story buildings in the neighborhood designated lands. The Parliament Street's townhouses referenced by the developer, which are on my photograph, that's the 4-story building, which you can see is actually lower than 58 and 60 right now. These are actually 3-story buildings with a roof deck. They are actually 3 stories with a roof deck accessed by a small stairway penthouse. Development in established neighborhoods with respect and reference to existing physical characteristics of each geographic neighborhood include, in particular, C, prevailing heights, massing, scale, density, and dwelling type of nearby residences. I don't think this takes this into account. The studio house, which is at the very back, with regards to the severance of the Lane House, I do not believe the studio house meets fire standards for access. The proposed studio building, by their planning map that we were given, is 47.854 meters from Winchester Street, and another 52 meters from there to the closest fire hydrant. That's a total of 99.85 meters. The allowable limit is a total of 90 meters. This means this is a serious fire hazard for this historic neighborhood filled with old wooden buildings. I want to point out the studio house would be in the middle of what's now a green space in people's backyards and a couple of small garages. It would be a new building in the middle of all of this and not accessible by fire trucks. Mickey Lane, parking in Mickey Lane is already problematic. I live across the road, and I can see all the time there's problems with people backing up and going forward, and I've already experienced with the trucks that they're using already to clear out the back of the property that there's been cars stalled there. There was a tow truck taking one of their trucks out the other day. The Mickey Lane is 3.04 meters wide. There is no room for 2 cars to pass. What they're adding is 3 parking spots that will be accessible from Mickey Lane, and every one of these people in the alley have to cooperate with each other. This will add chaos, noise, it'll impact on the safety. There's a basketball net set up at the very back that I believe some of the kids in the neighborhood may have played at some point. And the quality of life for all the people who live there will be incredibly impacted by having this new building in the middle of the backyard that is not, in my opinion, fire safe. I've lived on Metcalfe Street for almost 40 years. I've never been here to protest any development in the neighborhood. I love my neighborhood. It's an architectural jewel not only in Toronto, in Canada. People have come from all over the world to look at Metcalfe Street. This, in my opinion, what they're proposing will be visible, and I'm very strongly against it. Thank you.
Okay. Panel members, any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Who's up next?
Hi, I'm Alejandro Garcia on 38 Metcalfe Street. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. As we hear from the developer, the proposal for 60 Winchester is quite ambitious in terms of the expansion of the living square footage, and that's even before the variances requested. As it is, before the variances, our views, privacy, and surrounding space will be radically transformed. One way to alleviate this big impact could be to incorporate a generous green space, trees, landscape design to the property. Yet, the developer is proposing exactly the opposite. In general, And to put it plainly, after carefully reading this minor variances proposal, it is my impression that the whole community surrounding 60 Winchester must sacrifice their safety, privacy, peace, views, space, and comfort for the sake of the developer's economic interest. This is not a homeowner asking to expand their living space or asking to build a unit to host a family member. This is a business proposal with the sole purpose of higher profit margin and offering nothing, I said nothing, in return to the surrounding community. I would like also to point out to the community that our houses are not only our homes, but our investment. And that by allowing this new construction to block our views, sunlight, sky view, compromise our privacy and security, an impact on our property value will ensue. And this is already happening. But we have to remember that regrettable removal of all the mature trees that used to reside in the back of 60 Winchester lot. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to wrap up things here. My main message to this committee is that an individual's desire for a higher margin profit should not affect an entire community. And rules should not be broken. They are in place to protect the citizenship. Thanks.
Okay. We have a question. Don't go.
Oh, I'm just looking at a plan that shows the proposal, and then you're at number 38, Metcalf?
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand, what is directly impacting you? Is it the proposed laneway suite, or is it also then the proposed main development as well?
The main developer, my views, my privacy, my security, many aspects of my life. As I mentioned before, my life will be radically transformed due to this proposal.
Do you use the back lane
Yes, of course.
to access your parking?
Not my parking, my daughters play there.
So how is that laneway working right now in terms of the traffic, or will other people address that later?
Yeah, other people can address that
We'll,
later.
we'll
Okay, who's the next speaker?
I'm Tina from 38 Metcalf. Thanks for hearing me. So this would be looking at the back of my house. So he talks about from the street, it might not affect, but that white part is a beautiful building. The CN Tower is right behind. His building, the new building, is going to completely block that. So I'm not happy about wanting it to be bigger than what is allowed. Another big aspect for me that I object is the soft landscaping. So it used to be all trees back there. All the trees are now gone, and we're supposed to have 85% of landscape. He wants it to be 66%, so we can put a couple more cars there. If you see, that's what it used to be. I strongly oppose the two large second-story windows that are to be on the east side of the laneway house. These windows will look directly into my daughter's bedroom window, our backyard, and where my daughters play, and in the kitchen where we eat. This will be a major breach of security and privacy for us, as well as the being closer than what is allowed. I understand it's going to be a fire hazard as well. I'm very concerned, and I hope that this will be looked at.
On that, just trying to picture what exactly we're looking at and where's the existing building for number 6?
So the existing building is right to the left.
To the left.
Yeah. So right there is where the laneway house will be.
And so what we see is the third story then on the left of the existing 60.
So what you're just looking at right there is where the lane house will be.
I see.
And what before used to be all those trees, basically. So that used to be there, and now it's just going to be the buildings, I guess. And I feel like a 2-story is quite huge. It's going to be a big building right behind our house, looking into our house. So the first photograph, that one was, so from my 3rd floor window, right now what I look at, so that's where the building is going to be, the proposed building. So that historical building is my view, right? Usually it's very beautiful. It's a big, beautiful building. It's covered because they're repairing it. But once he builds this 4-story that you might not be able to see from the street, it'll block all of that for me as well as my neighbors. Yep, it's just to the left of the picture there. Yes, yeah. Parliament and Winchester.
But I do not see how it will block the whole building because the 4 stories that only extend to a little bit from this building. It's still got, from the site plan, there's still a lot of this building will be left uncovered.
I guess it depends on where you stand in the house.
I'm just trying to understand. See how we will block the whole building though.
I think it's going to. Maybe it's not a very good picture. Did I bring another? Is there another better one there, Alex? I don't know.
Yeah, but the proposal is only here, and this is the building she's talking about. It's still a big part that is not covered, you know. This is the building proposed, right? And that's the building she's talking about. I don't not see how she will block the whole building with the proposal.
Okay. Do you have any other things you want to add?
I'm just the concern as well about the very, very small laneway and how all of these cars are going to be going in and out. Right now, if 2 cars are facing each other, one has to back out. Metcalf Street is a major street for kids walking to school all the time. Quite often, somebody will park their car right in the middle, and we have to go around with our carriages and whatnot. So it's just, I feel like they're trying to put too many people in a spot that it wasn't designed to be.
So the lane, as it gets to Metcalf, is only 2.76 meters wide. How's traffic, how are the cars going through there?
They can't. Well, they just go one way. And so if one's trying to go out and one's trying to go in, one of them has to back out. So it's quite dangerous already. So you can't. It's too skinny. I have a SUV, and I cannot personally drive my car back there because I don't feel comfortable. It's very, very, very tight.
So where do you park?
On the street. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions of the speaker, panel members? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. I just had one more letter from another person in the neighborhood who couldn't be here. Can I read it now? Is that?
You can submit it.
Just give it to you? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, you can give it to me. Do you have it? Oh, I thought I was looking for you to come this way. Okay, thanks.
Hi there, I'm the gentleman that had the letter submitted last night. You had earlier
Yeah,
mentioned. Who should I submit this to?
Me.
Okay, may I?
Thanks.
My name is Mark Irvin. I live at 40 Metcalf. That is the property on Metcalf that immediately is behind where the property is going to be severed. We also will have a view of the building that will be built in the current backyard state. I live there with my partner. We've lived there for 12 years. If you have any questions in terms of vehicles going in the back alley, we do currently drive our car and park in the area immediately behind our backyard that we own. In general, we're very supportive of continuous improvements being made to the neighborhood, especially to 60 Winchester, which was quite frankly in a state of disrepair. The property, it's important, that we develop all properties, but we want to do so really in accordance with the Planning Act and with respect to all neighbors' properties. While we have, myself and my partner who is not present, have no concerns with the land being added to 46 Metcalf, we do strongly oppose the minor variances being requested for the existing and proposed dwelling, as we believe that will have a significant negative impact on the use of our property. Where our concerns lie, first off, in the building height the building height of the rear exterior walls. First off, this all started with the removal of the tree canopy on 60 Winchesters in the current backyard, with pretty much no consultation to any of the neighbors in the immediate area. It's quite regrettable that that was allowed, but in addition to this removal of this beautiful urban oasis, the proposed variance would now allow for the building height, which would completely block our views and create a structure which would tower over the backyards, impacting the private use of our rear gardens, and create a precedent, very important, a precedent for four-story buildings within Cabbagetown. This, added to the developer's request of also decreasing the minimum landscaping and green space required, will certainly guarantee that we'll be only facing hardscapes going forward, which leads into our next area which we are opposing, which is soft landscaping. So right now, my understanding is that soft greenery is required to cover 85% of a existing property. What has been brought forward covers roughly 66%. One way that we thought this could alleviate the significant impact of the removal of the trees in this particular area, or the addition of these additional properties, would be to continually add additional green space, and that hasn't been brought forward whatsoever. With respect to the laneway house, the side yard setback. And now Mickey Lane is an extremely narrow laneway with almost a 90-degree turn, which makes it very difficult to maneuver. We have had to make our car purchases based on the very narrow space that exists today. We have great concern that we would significantly increase the usage of this already congested dead-end laneway and the safety that comes as a result of it. This, in addition to other variances requested, this one will affect our privacy and security by allowing two large second-story windows on the east side of the laneway house to look directly into our master bedroom and backyards, which will significantly erode our privacy and also our safety. Just to close out, because I'm sure I'm close to time, Mickey Lane is already in very poor condition. With asphalt lifting and crackling and crumbling away. We haven't yet talked or heard from the new owner of who will be accountable for fixing the laneway to bring it up to acceptable standards to address, I'm sure, the construction that will happen in that area. This laneway will require ease of access to security and emergency vehicles. I can tell you, based on our vehicle purchases, there is no way that an emergency vehicle will be able to get back into the laneway where this new structure resides. The laneway use. Over the past number of weeks, as you've heard from my other neighbors, we've personally encountered cars parked on the laneway and have had to wait to get out as a result. This has happened numerous times, and with an increase of traffic, this is only going to continue to increase. So to conclude, while we're not in opposition to the redevelopment of this property, we're asking for the city and the committee to protect the safety, security, and use of our home, which is not only where we live, but an important investment which our families made in our commitment to living and working in this city today. A developer's desire really for higher profit margins shouldn't affect every single person in the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, one more?
So, my name is Kevin Bobetro. I'm here on behalf of Lise Janelle at 58 Winchester, immediately adjacent to this to the proposed building. A couple of things, starting at the front. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been said. I strongly support, especially the first speaker, in terms of the impact on the neighborhood. So instead of going over that, I'll just make a few pertinent points. The front elevation that they're proposing, the large porch, it is out of proportion with both 58 and the rest of the houses along the street. It is far larger. It really sticks out far too much. So the scale is wrong of that. And that was actually one of the variances. Now, moving along about the height. The third and fourth floor that they're proposing, because of the heritage for the impact from the street, they have set that fourth floor further back, and they're asking for a variance both on the sidewall height and the overall height. Now, immediately adjacent to that, at 58, there is a patio, a second floor patio. This was last year. It was completely redone. It's an urban oasis. The back wall of the bedroom faces that patio, and that wall is almost entirely glass. The height, although they're characterizing it as minor increase, the adjacent wall will be, the permitted height is 9.5 meters. It's not specified exactly on the drawings how much higher they will go, approximately 2 to 3 feet right against this. The third floor will be 2 or 3 feet higher, immediately adjacent the patio. And the fourth floor, although it's set back a little ways, it's basically 2 stories immediately adjacent this second floor deck. And it may not sound by much, but the almost 3 feet total height they're requesting is a significant impact. It will not only block sunlight, but it'll block the sky from that patio. So, they characterize it as minor, but it's not minor for the impact of this. She's lived there for 18 years. The laneway suite. The laneway suite, again, is a zero lot line, 2-story structure, blank facing the small rear yard of 58. If you look at where that is going on the north side, that is where the small rear yard is. And that is the suite. I mean, I'm not against intensification or the rear yard or the laneway suites, but the appropriate place for that suite would not be there beside the rear yard, but actually part 2. That would be the appropriate place for a suite. Again, there's a real issue with traffic. If I can what they're proposing is a garage and driveway that is 2.4 meters, 8 feet wide. And in fact, the garage, inside the dimensions of the garage, because there's a wall that they're showing, would be 7'4". You can't even open up the doors of even the smallest car in that width. I don't know what they're proposing, but it's completely unworkable. Likewise, exiting that, the way the car is shown, they don't have the turning clearance on Mickey Lane to actually make the turn, especially that they're showing a 1.2 meter setback from the laneway. a greater setback. They would need a greater setback or greater space there to actually have ingress or egress from that. Now, the right-of-way along the side of 58 Winchester is only 8 feet. It's 2.4 meters. That's smaller than Mickey Lane. Construction traffic cannot use that. A pickup truck with mirrors is 8 feet wide. And the owner of 60 has continuously tried to, he's been trespassing because he's been, and that's been documented. I'm not going to go over that. There is documentation there. And he continuously tries to put heavy trucks back through there. So the construction access for this is going to be there's be a substantial impact, whether for Mickey Lane, but he can't use construction access for 58.
Letting you know you're at.
I know, I'm 50, and those are the main points. Again, I'm not going to repeat, I can't repeat there, but, and actually, one last thing about the severance. Mm-hmm. The severance, what is that going to be used for in the future? They say it's landscape, but if the owner, there could be potentially greater traffic if they choose to redevelop that severance, whether as part of the severance itself or servicing the rear of the adjacent property.
Okay. Any questions of the speaker? No? Thank you. Okay. So if I can have the applicant come back and speak to the issues that were raised. You have 5 minutes.
The issue of the 4th story seems to be recurring. The height permitted in all of this block, permitted and available to everybody, is 12 meters. This is a fairly large height in compared to other established neighborhoods. Planning, for whatever reason, has decided that that's an appropriate height for this neighborhood. There's no variance that speaks to a 4th floor. There's only a limit of 12 meters without mention to number of stories. We are proposing something that is 2'9" above 12 meters, which is permitted. 2.9 feet, yeah. There is currently a 4-story building immediately adjacent to the west, which are those townhouses. I think the lady that spoke first referred to them. Technically, those are 4-story buildings, and they are subject to a different zoning. There's a long list, and it's hard to follow. I'll speak to the issue of fire access. Engineering Services wrote a letter. I replied to her with the calculations of the meters and the distances. The hydrant applicable here is on Metcalf and a little side street. From there to the start of Mickey Lane is within the 45 meters, so the fire truck will stop there. And from there to the entrance door to the laneway suite is also 45 meters through a gate that is immediately north of the parking spots. So I understand that Engineering Services has conditions on this, and we will we agree with the conditions, so we don't have an issue with that. In regards to the safety and privacy issues that houses on Metcalf are claiming, we just like to point out that the distance between a house like 38, 42, or 40 to the houses on the opposite side of Metcalf, in other words, the street, is currently 22 meters. Now, the distance between the rear window of 38 or 40 to the laneway suite is 21.5 meters. So the distance is actually equivalent to a street width in the context of the narrow streets of Cabbagetown. The complaint about the windows, the same windows are on the other side of Metcalfe, and they've been there for 100 and something years. The other thing is that there's a reference to the business part of this development. The current building that exists, a duplex, is not a house. We're not converting a house into a rental property. There is a rental property there. We're just making more units. The blockage of the views to downtown, this diagram is taken from the second floor of a fire escape adjacent to the Mickey Lane of 36 Metcalfe, the big house that has 5 rental units. What you see at the back is the existing duplex in the black profile, black line profile. What you see in the red profile is the proposed 3rd and 4th floor addition. And what you see in the light white or yellow is the as of right profile. And I say as of right, meaning a development that would not need any variances. And I'm going to, can you go back? The purpose of the previous sketch is to indicate that we don't see any of the downtown city from here, and we're not blocking any downtown view. Go to the next. Okay, now this is a bit more complicated. This is the same view that we had shown initially to indicate how the heritage configuration determined the design. There's a new...
I'll give you an extra minute, okay? And then...
Yeah, okay. The green represents the profile of an as-of-right building. If this was a single-family home that decided to develop the property to its full height and the permitted building height, and the main wall restrictions in terms of front and yard, this is what they could do without coming to this committee. Okay. What you see beyond the green color is the variances that we're talking about. Finally, I'd like to make reference to the circulation of cars. Site plan. The size of the parking spot of the laneway suite will be subject to a building permit application and compliance with sizes for cars. So that's not an issue for this time. The right-of-way is narrow, but it has an angle at the curb, and it is possible to drive a car, obviously not a big truck, and this is a rental property, and whoever rents it has to consider that when they make that decision. The cars can't go through. There's enough space to do a turn there. That's why the laneway suite is set back, and get out on the other side as well. The 2 parking spots in between them are lined up with the Mickey Lane. They don't have to go to the end and disturb the other houses in their vehicular movements.
Okay.
All right.
Panel members, do you have any questions of the applicant?
I have just a question about the right-of-way, just 58. Is that right-of-way just in favor of 60 Winchester?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that's the same question for that part, the overhang, and where you have the laneway street.
Yeah.
That is going to be used as a parking space by the laneway house too? Okay.
Any other questions, panel members? No? Oh, okay. We'll take it into committee then for discussion.
You want to start?
I've got some comments in terms of, I think that it's an overdevelopment of the property. I have concerns with the 4th story And also, how does that fit in with the rest of that neighborhood? I have concerns with the proposed laneway suite and how that traffic, the cars from that are going to maneuver, and whether that is actually an appropriate place for a laneway suite, given the nature of that lane and the dimensions.
I echo all of your comments, and that's probably just exactly what I was going to say. It feels very dense. It feels very awkward to me. That whole arrangement, particularly of the laneway house at the back, feels very awkward and almost borderline unworkable to me and not appropriate.
I add to that comment is that it seems like 4-story, but actually at the back, when I look at the proposal, it's got the whole floor sunken from the basement. Visually, it's actually 5-story. And then given that, it's still okay, I think, but I have never seen, so far we haven't approved any laneway house that's got a basement and plus 2 floors. And I think that is a little bit aggressive, and because there's one opportunity for the designer to actually eliminate variance number 5 if they decide that the setback is 1.5, but they put it on 1.2, means that they want to push the maximum of the laneway suite just for us to decide whether it's too much or not. And I think that is cumulatively, this is over-designed, I think, overdeveloped.
I share some of your guys' concerns, but I don't know. I think that it is aggressive. I don't think there's any denying that. But I do like the fact that they're providing a bunch of units, right? These are rental units in the area that can use them. And the height, I mean, looking at the variances, they are quite minor, right? Like, this is still shorter than the house beside it on Winchester. Yeah, I think it's right on the line of being too aggressive, but I would be inclined to approve.
I'm conflicted because there's truth in what both sides are saying here, but I would agree with Mr. Reed that, I mean, some of these numbers are indeed minor, and in terms of the height, the adjacent ones are higher. In terms of the laneway suite, though, it's, although the variance itself, I think, is minor, the placement, I'm not sure about it, but I think we're struggling with a lot of the laneway suite applications, and, you know, whether they really are a good fit or not. But certainly in terms of the numbers, I think it's minor. I'm conflicted.
It is conflicting. The variances for the main house are relatively minor, and I think it's the addition of the laneway house that makes it feel particularly aggressive. And that's a good word.
Part of the complicated fact of laneway houses is people aren't used to them, right? Aren't used to having living spaces in behind them, and that's part of just how we're going to have.
And this is a
city.
particularly awkward lane arrangement too, with the dead end. It's not something that we would normally see.
Well, you need a motion.
I'd like to bring forward a motion of refusal of the requested severance and the requested variances.
Okay, have a motion moved by Mr. Salomon to refuse the application. Do I have a seconder?
I will second that.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, so the application's refused. So we're going to take 5 minutes while everybody gets switched around. So the final application is 105 Hills. So we'll get the opposition to sit here. And those of you who were here on this one, if you fill in those decision request cards and make sure you give it to staff before you leave. That way you'll be notified of any appeal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
They childcare one.
Okay, the next item is item 44, 105 Wells Hill Avenue. We had before us copy of the minutes from February 13th, 2019's public hearing. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Covering letter from Mei Luong, the agent. Response to the TMIG review of parking needs and traffic assessment. Chronology of events from Mei Luong, the applicant. And then we have further correspondence, February 4th and 7th from Mei Luong. Transportation consultants report from Tedesco Engineering. We have email correspondence from Planner 2, TRCA. We have development, planning and review, traffic planning, transportation, asking for conditions, supervisor, ravine and natural feature protection correspondence, and more correspondence from the TRCA. We have support from, well, I'm just going to count them because 2, 4, 6, 8, it's about 10, 12 people. Then we have a lot of opposition. I'll just show you. I don't want to take up everyone's time reading all the addresses, but it's a significant number of opposition from residents in the area on Wells Hill and Lyndhurst, Connable, Austin Terrace, Megland Road, and I think those are people are living on. Okay, so if you can do a presentation, please. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, committee chair and members of committee. My name is Mei Luong, a land use planner at M&H Law, the agent representing the property owner of 105 Wells Hill Avenue. The property is subject to the minor variance application currently before you. The property is located in the first house south of St. Clair West and east on Wells Hill Avenue in Ward 12. There's easy access to the property and in proximity to the TTC subway, streetcar, and buses. The proposal is to convert a portion of the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling into a day nursery and construct exterior rear stairs and a rear yard child play area. The third floor will remain as a residential dwelling unit. There will be no material change to the exterior of the existing house and no trees will be removed. The proposed use is permitted in the official plan and the zoning bylaw as of right. The official plan has policies that support and encourage the proposed use in neighborhoods, and this use contributes to the vibrancy of a community. A zoning certificate review was conducted by the city's building department initially on November 30th, 2018, and later updated on January 6, 2020, and determined that only one minor variance was required. The variance is to permit 1 parking space on the lot, whereas 3 parking spaces are required. The proposed use is permitted and all other zoning provisions comply. The parking variance is very technical in nature, as the 2 required parking spaces can be accommodated on the private driveway, which is an integral part of the property, but like many properties in Toronto, is on city-owned lands. The required 3 parking spaces is a ratio set out in the city zoning bylaw and determined to be appropriate by the city. This application was previously deferred by a request made by Councillor Matlow to provide the applicant and interested parties to discuss the transportation studies in relation to the proposal. We agreed to the deferral and met with the councillor, various transportation staff, and neighbors on April 25th, 2019. Since that meeting, the neighbors' concerns have been considered and an improved parking configuration has been designed that will accommodate the required 2 parking spaces and vehicles can travel in a forward motion. Also, the speed bumps and the addition of the sidewalk along Wells Hill are constructed, which the city's transportation services manager, as well as our consultant, our traffic consultant, has analyzed and concluded creates a safer traffic situation than previous. The city's confirmation has been provided to the committee. Again, this is a technical variance. The applicant has worked with city staff for over 2 years to address all the outstanding concerns. This includes city transportation services staff, city planning staff, TRCA, urban forestry, and the local councillor. No commenting agency or the local councillor have any objections to the variance. The applicant has also spoken with the neighbors and have had meetings to discuss the proposal. Numerous letters of support have been submitted on file, as well as an online petition supporting this project for Ward 12. We have also received letters of opposition from the area neighbors, primarily raising concerns of traffic safety. We have discussed the concerns in our responding letters. Although traffic safety is not the variance in question, the applicant takes this concern seriously and have retained a well-reputable traffic engineer, Michael Tedesco of Tedesco Engineering, to review and analyze the traffic situation for this project. Mr. Tedesco has reviewed the neighbors' concerns and have prepared reports supporting the application. He is here and will provide a brief summary following my presentation. After reviewing the transportation reports filed with the committee, Transportation Services accepted Mr. Tedesco's findings and conclusions. From a land use planning perspective, the required minor variance to facilitate the proposal meets the 4 minor variance tests. Furthermore, as we all are aware, and outlined in a report prepared by City in 2017, childcare space is extremely difficult to find for families in Toronto. The proposal will support the City's initiative to create 30,000 additional licensed spaces by 2026 in order to provide childcare to 50% of children under the age of 4. In light of the above, we respectfully request the committee to approve this application. Mr. Tedesco will now give a brief summary of the traffic findings and conclusions.
Okay, I just want to let you know that it's 5 minutes combined, so I'll give him 2 minutes tops, so I hope you can condense it.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. I want to put one thing into perspective, and that is the size of this daycare. It's 30 children plus full-time, 7 part-time, and about 33 families. So we're not talking about a very large daycare. And we're talking about a catchment area that is surrounded by apartment buildings on Walmer, on Heath, on Bathurst Street, all proximate to the St. Clair West subway station. So we can anticipate at that location a large number of people who take the subway to work, will walk to the subway with their child, drop them off at the daycare, and then go across the road. The variance is for 2 spaces, and a comprehensive analysis in computer simulation of demand that I undertook shows that 2 spaces will be sufficient for over 95% of the time. And 3 spaces on rare occasions. And that 3rd space can be accommodated by vehicle parking in the driveway beyond the 2 parking spaces. Those 2 parking spaces are perpendicular to the driveway, so cars will be going in a forward and out in a forward motion. So there'll be no cars backing out into the street. Safety is of paramount concern to traffic engineers. And if this, in my opinion, was an unsafe condition, I would not be supporting this application. Independent of the application, the city recognized that there were sightline issues, and they independently put in place mitigative measures. They narrowed the roadway by adding a sidewalk, and the effect of narrowing it is to slow traffic down. They installed speed humps, which also slows traffic down. And I have traveled the improved road, and I can tell you that the speed that vehicles would travel in good weather would be between 20 and 25 kilometers per hour tops. At that speed, the existing condition has safe stopping distances. But we propose an improvement, and I'm going to ask her to put up
Hey, you're at almost 2.5 minutes, so.
I'll just show this one thing. So we propose, and the city supports this, that if you look at that, the top drawing, you'll see those hedges. Those hedges are going to be removed. And when they are removed, the sight lines will be improved so that they exceed the safe stopping distances.
Now, that's the recommendation in the transportation report, 1
Yes.
and 3. And the other one is that you're going to be putting up hidden driveway signs.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions, actually, of the speaker? Anybody has? Yeah, just a second.
I've got a question in terms of vehicle traffic on the site. If people are parked and there's 2 or 3 vehicles parked, are vehicles able to back out and go out of the driveway in a forward motion back out onto the street? Or?
No vehicles will have to back out of the site. Okay, they will be all able to, drive in forward motion, park in the parking spaces, back out of the parking space into the driveway, and exit in a forward motion. And if there is a rare occasion where there's a third car parked in the driveway because the other two spaces, were occupied, by the time that car in the driveway, needs to leave, one of those spaces will be freed up so that that vehicle can come back into the space to again pull forward, exit the site in forward motion.
I have a quick question. In the event that it is full up, there are adjacent streets that do have street parking. In your experience as a traffic engineer, will people using this sort of use park half a block away and walk over?
On a nice day, because there's a beautiful park across the road, I can see, someone saying, "Oh yeah, I'll just park on the adjacent street and I'll walk across the park, and perhaps they'll play with their children in the park afterwards." But I'm not relying on that occurring. One thing that is critical, in my opinion, I do not think that anyone will be foolish enough to park on Wells Hill itself to load and unload their children. And these children, by the way, they're infants and toddlers. So these aren't children that you could just, drop off, say, here you go, make your way in. And so, with the narrowed road, there will not be enough room from a practical standpoint for someone to stop and do that. That reminds me, one thing, and I've noted in my letter, I had recommended no stopping on both sides. The city, when they implemented it, put no standing. And I would respectfully suggest that should you see fit to approve this, that you approve it with the condition that the city put the original recommendation of no stopping. Thank you.
Okay. I think we should go to the opposition. How many people are speaking? The entire front row? Anybody in the second row? No? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick St. Martin, and I live at 103 Wells Hill, which is the house right beside the subject property. It's one of 43 addresses within the community itself that have opposed the application. That's compared to just 4 properties that are actually within the neighborhood that have that support the application. I want to use my time though to focus on the fact that the proposal doesn't meet the impact is not minor of the variance, but the proposal doesn't meet the other part of the Planning Act test, which is that it's not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. And it's not desirable because of the safety issues. It's a inappropriate and dangerous location for a 37-child daycare. And if we put up the first exhibit, so that's, so basically, you've seen the map. That picture that you see at the bottom is a picture taken from across St. Clair facing south. It's in the Loblaws. You can really get a sense from that picture as to how the road winds around the subject property and how you can't really, any northbound vehicle can't really see what's ahead of them when they're bending around the property. I think the best way to explain the danger of this property is actually from a letter that I found in Toronto Archives from the previous owner of the subject property. She wrote, it's in my letter that I submitted, I attached it. She wrote to her counselor in 1995 about the dangers of her own property. And she said, "Our house is situated on the edge of a curve on Wells Hill Avenue and is the first house just south of St. Clair." She then says, "The south view from our driveway is completely obstructed as all of the houses are built on elevated ground with the road twisting down below. Leaving our driveway is perilous." She then ends the letter by saying that as a parent, she's particularly concerned about the safety of her 1-year-old daycare-aged son. Now, if we go to the next exhibit, I've taken pictures, this is a few days ago, And you can see with the accumulation of snow on the side how narrow the street gets. These are pictures basically starting at my property and wrapping around the subject property. As you go, you can see that the grade of the land is elevated such that even if you remove hedges that you can see, you're not going to actually fully improve sight lines to the point that would make the daycare safe. So there's the next exhibit will show you as we keep going through the street. So here we're basically wrapping the bend, and we still can't see the subject property's driveway up until the last picture, as you can see. So if you go to the next exhibit now, this is the work of the applicant's engineer. He says one of the safe sight lines because of the hedges is the top red line. So if you take the hedges off, he says that you could basically see from in front of my house at 103 right to the subject driveway. But if you go to the next exhibit, you can see that that wouldn't be the case. That's a car parked right before the driveway at the subject property. If you look closely, you can see that the roof of the vehicle is lower than the grade of the land. So if you remove those hedges, you still can't see a car that's parked there. And the entire sightline analysis that's been provided by the applicant's engineer has been provided assuming that the sightline distance is the distance between a car traveling and when they would first see a car exiting the driveway. So no analysis has been done about a car parked on the street. And that's because they just don't believe a car would be parked on the street. But since the sidewalk's been constructed and the no standing signs have gone in, cars park all the time. This is a UPS truck, a picture of which I've taken on Monday. This is 2 days ago. These are other pictures taken since the sidewalk was constructed. People don't seem to care that there's a no standing sign, and I would submit that they don't know the distinction between no standing and no stopping, and that if you make it a no stopping sign, people dropping kids off to the daycare are not going to care. So the real question is, can the driveway accommodate all of the demand? And we submit that it can't. I have an engineer who filed a counter report to the applicant's report, and it makes clear that you need at least 5 parking spaces to be able to accommodate on the subject site all of the parking demand. He says that if you don't accommodate that parking demand, you end up with on-street parking inevitably.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay. I also just want to note that the application used to be for 3 parking stalls. It's now just 2 because that's the minimum for the bylaw. According to the applicant's engineer himself, he states that in the worst case, parking demand for more than 2 spaces will occur 17% of the time in the AM, 24% of the time in the PM, and in a typical case, which he says is 13 vehicles, 2% AM, 4% PM. And he says the 13 vehicles is typical, 17 vehicles is worst case, and that math is based on 40 to 50% of parents driving, which is not substantiated anywhere other than the fact that he made that observation of 1 daycare in the east end of the city. And that's all he's using, 1 proxy site. So I would submit that you should deny this or refuse this application because we shouldn't be reflecting on the minimum requirement, but we should be reflecting on whether this actually can be accommodated on the site for 37 children. Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for staying late. My name is Robert Levy. I'm the president of the Casa Loma Residents Association. I just put this map up just to answer the committee member's question before, because there was a question, what if the 2 car spaces were full and there was another car in there? Can they get out? You can see very clearly that they can't. And just to add clarification to that point, that the theory of parking going in and going out front ways assumes that there's 2 cars only and no one in the driveway. So I just wanted to make quickly 3 points. You can take that one off, Nick. The first point is that we have 57 letters of opposition from 46 distinct addresses in the Casa Loma neighborhood, and the main concern is danger of accidents, congestion, and there's neighborhood-wide opposition. I have actually never seen an issue which has such strong universal support in opposition, and it's among people who've lived there many years, I would say the experts. The second point is that the opposition from the Casa Loma Residents Association and the residents is not in any way against daycare or a change in the neighborhood, and I will explain that further. The third and final point is that there are some irregularities with this application that cannot be overlooked. So the residents are all opposed really solely on the basis of the location and the blind spot and the danger of accidents. This is compared with very little support of this application. Everyone thinks daycare is generally a good idea. In fact, many of the letters were supportive of daycare. These are people who know the neighborhood. Again, our area is quite restricted in terms of access. This is the only street that you can access St. Clair and be able to go west or east. Because of the ravine and because of Austin Terrace being closed, our neighborhood has relatively few access points. These are people who've been here for a major amount of time, and they are worried that there will be a major accident, pedestrian deaths, we have big problems in the city, and that there might be a tragic lawsuit on the city's hands if this is approved. There is no doubt that cars will stop and double park, and there will be congestion in and out of the driveway. I think it's pretty obvious, even though there's a no standing sign. You've seen from Nick's pictures taken randomly over the past few months, everyone thinks it's okay, and it's unrealistic to think that the police or anyone is going to be able to enforce this. We are not questioning whether this is a permitted use in the zoning bylaw, but we are asking the Committee of Adjustment to refuse this application based on two of the core principles. We don't think it's minor, and we don't think it's desirable it's not desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and the potential for a dangerous situation causing physical and bodily harm is high enough to justify refusal. I also wanted to note that Councillor Matlow's letter on file is as well expressing concerns about safety that has been submitted. The applicant's own expert does not guarantee 100% compliance. Even a low percentage of cars backing up here or parking on the street will cause a situation with high risk and danger because there is no way to pass this car except to go into opposing traffic. And we know when people are in a rush and they're late, and we know people with parents, and we know winter, people get nervous, they get upset, and they're not very patient, and they think, oh, I'll just pass this car, and that is where my wife has actually had an accident, the only accident she's ever had. Secondly, we strongly object to the applicant's insinuation that the opposition is in any way against daycare or change to the neighborhood. We've been active supporters of the new Witchwood Library expansion and renovation, which is costing $15 million that is underway right now. Councillor Mihevik, who was the former councillor, was championing this project. It was going from 6,000 square feet to 9,000 square feet, and very proud that the whole community had input, us included, to what should go into this extra 9,000 square feet. Senior center, kids center, community center. At no time did anyone ask or suggest that a daycare should go, and if they had, we would have strongly supported that. As you can see, when we did find out about this application, which we knew nothing about, we immediately asked Children's Services, well, why not consider the Witchwood Library expansion? It was in early stages. It seemed like a logical place. We were then given a response, which is overhead number 3, Nick, that basically said that the Witchwood area, the library, which is right across the street, is located in Ward 12, which is considered the lowest priority for childcare expansion, with enough spaces to serve more than 50% of children's age 0 to 4. Children's Services are currently in discussion with Kingset Capital for a redevelopment on the northeast corner, which is just 2 minutes away, where there is now going to be a planned public daycare with 49 to 62 spaces, together with a senior center, together with an adjacent park area, which makes it safe with drop-off, a lane near the St. Michael's College. There is another alternative that is now actually being pursued as a public daycare, as opposed to a private daycare.
So I have to caution you on the time as well.
Okay. All right. My last point is the irregularities cannot be overlooked. There are 2 letters of support which came from 23 Austin Crescent that said that they were a longtime resident. That in fact is not accurate. The owners of 23 Austin Crescent have since also provided a letter of opposition, Dr. Bogoch and Mrs. Esme Carroll. The letter was sent without their authorization and gave the impression that in fact they were a resident opposing. They have not lived at that residence at home. It's a daughter for over a year and a half, and the parents who do own the property and have owned it are strongly against it. So in conclusion, also, there was an irregularity with plans. There's clearly no urgency to approving a daycare at this location and at this time, and the committee should not feel pressure to approve where there are so many unanswered questions. And we, again, believe this application fails to satisfy 2 out of the 4 necessary criteria, and it's just not safe. We hope you can take on that decision. Even the Transportation Department has said it's your call. All they're saying is, yeah, 2 spots, if they can provide it, fits the zoning bylaw, but they're not really opining on the safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, no questions of the speaker? No? Okay.
Hi, my name is Carly Posner. I just recently purchased 104 Wells Hill. And when I was made aware that all of a sudden there was this application for a daycare, I was truthfully very taken aback because I have 2 little kids. I have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old who actually, just on the other side of Bathurst, right at Bathurst and Burnside, they went to a daycare right there called Chabad. And when they were at that daycare, which is actually located right on Bathurst, it's a corner of Bathurst and Burnside, there was constant problems that I would encounter as a parent dropping my child off in terms of being able to safely drop my child off and get them into the school because there wasn't appropriate measures. And so when I see this, I start getting fearful of the exact same experience that I witnessed having, children unsafely trying to unload out of cars into cars and the whole road being blocked off and not being safe for the children. So for me, one of the things I witnessed when I would drop my kids off just on the other side of Bathurst is I personally saw an accident that happened because, again, narrow streets, our street where this application is being set is actually far narrower than even on Burnside. And so I don't understand how anybody could be able to control that type of traffic. Also, when all children are being dropped off with that number, you can't anticipate that there's only going to be 2 parking spots that are going to enable everyone. So like somebody else had priorly mentioned, the street where our daycare was dropped off at, the road would be blocked all day long. And so with a curve in the road, there's no way you're not going to be able to have massive impact, and people are probably going to be parking on both sides of the street to try and run their kids in. So I won't take up any more time, but I just wanted to stress as a parent and someone who's really excited to join the neighborhood that I think it's going to pose huge issues both for safety. That's the road I'm going to be traveling every day to now take my kids to their new school down the road, and I believe that it's going to be a massive impact on the entire neighborhood and really ultimately very unsafe for young children. So thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? No? Thanks.
My name's Anita Watkins. I live on Lyndhurst Avenue, right around the corner from this property. I pass it every day on foot or with my car. I support daycare. I had 2 kids in daycare, and I was involved in organizing a daycare. And based on my experience with that, I would say that the parking arrangements here are not sufficient to handle the demand that's going to be there. The 2 spots or 3 spots will not meet the need of parents who need to drop off their kids, and they will not keep people from parking illegally on the street. I'd just like to add to what was said earlier. I have seen a truck from a tree trimming firm, huge truck that parks there, sometimes 3/4 of the way on the sidewalk, and without any enforcement, people are going to park on the street. So what is my experience? My experience is that the pickup times and drop-off times here have been grossly underestimated. Kids need to be settled. They have clothes to get out of. They have clothes to get on at the end of the day. They're having a snack when the parents come to pick them up. They're playing a game. They're not ready to go. So picking up a child in 3 to 7 minutes is just not realistic. It's also unrealistic to think that a lot of parents are not going to be coming at the same time. So I think that's been underestimated. And all this is just going to create a lot of confusion for the parents. If you have 2 people in the parking spots and other people park behind them, there's just going to be chaos, and people are going to start parking on the street. I don't have the faith that the engineer has that people will not park illegally, because I've seen it time and time again. I was involved in a daycare, an after-school daycare at Rolfe Road School, where there were plenty of parking spots on the lot for parents to pull into, and yet parents would invariably pull up, park by the fence that separated the parking lot from the school, park right in front of the opening, and get out and go in and pick up their kids. So we just cannot rely on people to park responsibly. I think it's a dangerous curve. It's extra busy at exactly the time that kids are going to be dropped off and picked up during rush hour. There are always cars trying to come through there to cut off the St. Clair Bathurst turn. So I just think this is not the right location for a daycare, and I don't think approving these 2 parking slots is going to make it any better. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Just had a
come back 1 second.
So, you've raised concerns that there isn't enough parking. It should require more parking, and many other people have said so as well. But what we have before us is the city zoning bylaw, as we have it before us, says it needs 3 spaces only. So whether we feel it needs more parking spaces is really irrelevant. We have to deal with what the zoning bylaw requires, and the requirement is 3 spaces minimum.
But is that on a street where there's permitted parking? Because this is a street where parking is not permitted.
Well, this is the zoning bylaw for the area, so that's what we have to look at. I think what my colleague is saying, that we may be in full agreement with a lot of things that have been raised, but the reality is we're dealing with what's before us, which is asking for the 3
Are we in committee?
No. We're just clarifying.
If they be repeating.
No, not right now, thanks. If you want to speak, you can add yourself to the list after the next. There's one more speaking, I think, are you? Yeah, so if you... That's fine. Just let me know who else wants to speak, okay?
Yeah, and also not repeating the points. We got the...
Yeah, so because, I do the blurb sort of at 1:30, so you may have missed it, but we would appreciate it if the speakers could raise new issues and not bring up the same things. I know parking and the traffic is the big issue here, but there's no percentage repeating it, because we've seen all the correspondence as well. Okay?
Hello, and thank you for staying. I know it's a late hour, and we really appreciate you taking the time to hear this. We're all very emotionally charged with this issue. Before I begin, I just wanted to submit 3 others. I had submitted them earlier this morning, before 9 o'clock. They were rejected because it was too late, and they said if I came, I could submit them now.
That's fine. Did you give us your name and address yet?
Thank you. My name is Corey Glickman. I live at 12 Connable Drive.
Okay, thanks. And then, yeah, sure, I'll take your letters.
Thanks so much. And I really will try not to repeat what's been said, but I do echo everything that's been said.
I know it's hard, but do your best.
Okay, I'll do my best. There's no greater investment than the investment of all our children. And I think you don't have to be a parent to believe in that. Daycare, and I I have been the beneficiary. My grandchildren go to daycare. I believe in daycare, and I think they're wonderful. But given the situation and the location of this one, I think it is such a risk because it is a blind area. What wasn't mentioned was I live in the area just down the street. I do a lot of walking. I see what happens in the neighborhood. And there are a lot of people, they want to beat the light. They want to get through St. Clair, so it doesn't matter that there's speed bumps there. They just like plow through them, and they're going to continue to do that even if there was a daycare. So there's increased risk when the people are trying to get into the Loblaws, either go east on St. Clair or go west. The other issue is if you are on St. Clair and you're heading west at rush hour, it is a complete shutdown, gridlock, bumper to bumper. I'm telling you, 0 kilometers. It is crawling. People then turn left onto Wells Hill to try to cut off that particular block and go drive through our neighborhood in the hopes that they can get home faster. That's also an increased risk to our neighborhood. Now, if there's a daycare there, it's a complete disaster because children move slowly. They have little legs. They don't move like adults. They don't look around. Sometimes they do unexpected things. We have to be aware of that. The one comment I wanted to make also, I think Mr. Reed had a very good question. He said, what about parking on the side streets? Well, yeah, I think there will be parking on the side streets. If they're not parking sort of hiked up onto the sidewalks, they will be parking on the side streets, which means there's going to be more walking traffic with children trying to get in. So when there's all that backup traffic, it's increased risk and danger to people trying to get their kids and move on with their days. So I really hope that, and the other thing is, they have added another sidewalk on the east side. I do have a picture on my way here. I took a picture of what this street looks like. It was a beautiful day today. Things got, things melted off. I don't know, will this shut?
It'll work. Yeah, put it face up.
Face up. That's about 2 feet.
That's the sidewalk or the road?
From the sidewalk.
Okay.
So as narrow as the street is now much narrower. So you can't negotiate a car going south and a car going north. It's an impossibility. This is on a day where things have melted off.
Also want to let you know you're almost at 5 minutes.
Okay. I just want to say I appreciate being here and the opportunity to speak to you, and I hope we come to the right decision.
Question.
Yes.
I noticed on one of the other person's pictures that there was on the roadway, there's a recent speed bump that's being put in. Now, how has that affected the traffic movement along the road?
Well, you'd think it'd slow it down. I mean, that's the purpose of it. But big cars, SUVs, they don't feel speed bumps. They just drive. And I've seen it time and time again. So maybe that's not the answer you wanted to hear, but that's actually what happens.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Ernie Gutstein. I live at 14 Glen Eyre Road. I was not planning to speak tonight, but there were a couple of glaring omissions in terms of some of the issues that are before you that have not been covered. And there has been a lot of talk about cars, about parking on the street, coming into driveways, backing out, coming in and out, parking on the driveway. There is one glaring omission that has not been addressed in any way in Mr. Tedesco's report, and I believe it's been conveniently omitted, and that is that of pedestrian safety. Because specifically in view of the applicant's focus on kids being dropped off by parents not using cars, there is going to be pedestrians coming in and out of the driveway, which is the only way they can get into the actual daycare. They will be walking on the same driveway as cars will be coming in and out. It's something that has not been looked at and is of extreme importance. The other thing that I want to remind everybody is that this is a for-profit daycare. It's a business in the middle of a residential zoning, and as I understand it, there are the gross revenues of this business will be close to $1 million. Lastly, this whole proposal is based on commercial boulevard parking being approved, and there's no guarantee of that. The street will have to be polled, as I understand it, and the alderman has advised that he will call for a polling. And if the commercial boulevard parking is not approved by the street, this whole proposal falls apart because there will not be any parking. Those are my comments.
Any questions of the speaker? No? Thank you. Now, okay, go ahead. No, you're okay. I just wasn't sure if the lady still wanted to speak.
Danielle Gutstein, 103 Wells Hill. You posed the question to my neighbor at Lyndhurst, and I just wanted to highlight, and I'm not an expert on this, I haven't studied it as thoroughly, but from what I understand, the applicants had obtained two different architects to measure their house and to look at the drawings. And one architect came up with one amount for gross floor area, which if you considered the second floor, the main floor, and the basement, and subtracted the storage areas and the garage, it would require the applicants to have 3 parking spaces. Their second architect who measured, I don't know how measurements come out differently, but their second architect who measured came out half a meter under requiring 3 parking spaces. So in terms of your question about how many parking spaces should be needed, I would say probably that would be good guidelines based on what the city requires. And so that's all I just wanted to say. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have a question?
I have a quick question. What was your address?
103 Wells Hill.
Thank you.
Okay, if I could have the applicant, Ms. Luong, come back and maybe with your transportation consultant, and then you have 5 minutes to answer or speak to the issues raised.
I'll speak first, and I'm going to try to confine my comments to responding to the traffic safety issues that have been raised. The first speaker made reference to the 1995 letter where the previous owner expressed concern about the traffic safety of the curve. And she was quite correct. There was an issue. And she was asking the city to do something about it. And the city has. They have, narrowed the road to make traffic want to go slower. They've put in a sidewalk so that it is safer for pedestrians, and they put in speed humps. So the fact that there was a concern in 1995, that has been responded to. Took a while, but it has been responded to in time for this. We kept hearing, no doubt, that people will double park. Probably will park on both sides. I I can advise you, and that there would be no enforcement. And without enforcement, we're going to have these problems. The applicant, has advised me that they can do some self-enforcement. If any of their clients are found parking on the street, that will be the last day that their child has daycare there. And so that is a strong, strong incentive for the parents to respect the no stopping. And I'm confident they would respect it anyways out of the safety for their own children. But there is a way for the applicant to enforce. In terms of the speed bumps and the effectiveness, I have driven my car through there as fast as I can, and I'm an aggressive driver. And, the most that I can comfortably get it to is 25K. Now, that's driving a car. I disagree that an SUV can just, blow through it. It's not just the speed humps. It is the tightness of the curve. If you try to go faster, okay, you're literally going to be going like this due to the centrifugal forces. It's a very tight turn, and so you physically cannot, even if you try, go faster than a reasonable speed through there with the narrowing and the speed humps. Lastly, I want to respond to Mr. Gluckstein's comment about the glaring omission of the traffic safety of the pedestrians. And I expect that about half the patrons will be walking there. There is a sidewalk there, and there is a front door. They do not have to go into the driveway and commingle with the cars. I will leave it at that. And
Ms. Wong, do you have anything to add? You have about a minute and a half.
I will be quick, and this all relates to land use planning matters. I just wanted to state that the reports by our consultant, as well as a report by their consultant, has been provided to the committee, which in turn has been provided to transportation staff and all the other commenting staff, and they have reviewed it and are accepting of our report and our conclusions. Also, the letter from the counselor to the manager of transportation was raised by the counselor because of the concerns from the neighbors. It wasn't specifically because he had concerns about the traffic issues, but wanted to get clarification, confirmation from transportation manager, who then concluded that the speed hump and the sidewalk actually makes it a safer situation, and that they have no objections to the application. The other, in terms of support letters versus objection letters, we also have support letters as well as a petition from the people within Ward 12. The daycare use is not a use that only supports the street or the neighboring street. It supports the whole ward, and you may possibly beyond that. So I think it's relevant to include and to know that there are support within the ward for this proposal as well. In terms of the parking, the planning, the parking count deficiencies, what's before you is the current plan submitted in January of this year. Those plans have been prepared and revised based on a revised design internally, and as well they've used the survey to confirm measurements, which then has been reviewed by the zoning examiner and have been commented on by the zoning examiner. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Panel members, do you have any questions of Ms. Wong?
I don't
No?
think so.
Okay. If you have like less than 30 seconds.
There was one statement that transportation staff made that I think is the most significant and relevant. They said in their January 30th letter, the sightline matter is not before the committee. However, the recent changes to the street have made the street safer and more accommodating for all users.
Okay. We have the correspondence, but thank you. Okay, we'll take it into committee then for discussion and a motion. Go ahead.
My thoughts are that we have before us the issue of the parking. The use is not before us, whether a daycare, day nursery should be permitted on this site. It is permitted by the existing zoning, and the variance that is before us is whether the proposed parking, whether that is a minor variance given the required parking under the current zoning. And given that, and we don't have before us the whole issue of whether the curvature of the road, it's not something that we, under the review of the zoning matters, can deal with. It's a transportation matter, and it is something that Transportation Services, I feel, should be addressing and would have addressed as part of their review. We can only look at the variance that is directly before us.
I agree, and then I do. Obviously, we have listened very carefully of all the petitions, but in front of us is only one variance, and also, given that whether it's safe or not safe, we can really only, in my opinion, rely on expert reports and studies. And since the city has their own transportation department, and also we have a professional engineer who specializes in traffic studies, giving us that this can support a childcare development. And I think that is the only thing I can base on. And whether I feel whether it's safe or not is irrelevant. And also the other thing is, does not matter how many regulations we put in, we cannot regulate people's behavior. And they double park, they cross the road in an unsafe manner. People still do that in any part of the city, I think. So I agree with my colleagues that we just look at what we in front of us, and I'm in support of the development.
I note that the Transportation Department has made a recommendation that as a condition of its approval to apply for and receive separate approval for a minimum of 2 commercial boulevard parking spaces. So in order to finalize the approval, they will need to get the approval, yes, think of the boulevard parking spaces. So there will be 3 parking stalls on site.
I would add that I agree with everything that's been said. I'm very sympathetic to what's been expressed by the residents. I remember driving my own kids to school, and as my colleague said, you can't legislate behavior by parents. And parents are doing that at schools, anything that involves picking up and dropping off kids. I mean, I've seen it all, like many of you have expressed. And unfortunately, as much as I really understand where you're coming from, with what we have before us, we're only looking at the parking variance. And as was stated, the use is permitted, so they could just go ahead and put in the daycare, and but the parking spot is going to be accommodated through these 2 spots that transportation is asking them to put in, with the 3rd spot to park behind, which, yes, it may block some people from getting out, but the reality is that's the only thing that we're dealing with here, not with any dangerous situations on the curb. And I know the street well, I've been on it. So I am very sympathetic. However, from what we are asked to look at, I think it's very difficult to reject this application.
I agree. I think these issues the concerns we're hearing are not just a daycare on Wells Hill. This would be the same concern if it was 3 blocks into the neighborhood, right? I think I'm not convinced of the safety issue because of the turn. I think the main problem is that you're going to have a lot of cars coming. right? And I think that's the concern of the neighborhood, but that's going to happen wherever. And so in terms of the actual spot, I think it's hard to say no to. Yeah.
And we can't, like as the transportation consultant expressed, that they would be willing to try to mitigate, maybe they can have somebody take the child from the parent, and if they're willing to do that, that could maybe help alleviate any issues. Maybe it won't be as bad as people are anticipating. It's hard to say, but in terms of the variance, I really supported the application.
I'd like to put forward, if everyone's had their comments, I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the application subject to the transportation conditions. Do I need to read them out?
No, in the February 7th report.
In the February 7th. That'd be prior to the issuance of, as a condition of its approval.
Want to add that in?
Prior to the issuance of any permit, it is provided that the owner be required as a condition of approval.
Right, so basically that addresses one of the concerns that was expressed earlier, that they have to have these spots before they get any permits. Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, so that's moved by Ms. Larson, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? The application is approved, and I want to thank you all for coming out. It's been a long day. Please make sure you complete the decision request cards and give it to staff before you leave. That way you'll be advised of the decision and any appeal instructions. Okay, and the committee stands adjourned at 6:30. Okay, whatever. Just don't play it back.
Yeah, move to adjourn. That was good.
Thank you, everyone.
So are we off camera now? Okay.